25% resilience. So having parents in show business played a part in me fast forwarding or fast tracking me to become what I wanted to be faster than a whole lot of people. Because when I walk into the room and in an audition room and I write Somizi Mhlongo, first thing they go, "Aren't you Ndaba Mhlongo's son?" And I go, "Yes, trust me, the perception changes. Even if I flop nyana, they go,
but do you know
"Whose
this
son
is Ndaba
this?"
Mhlongo's son?
You know, Meritwala is your mother. You know, so it did play.
I want to pick up on something you said, which I think is very relevant to this audience. I come from the Free State. I'm from Bloemfontein. And Somizi mentioned something quite important where you talked about how, for example, the presence of certain people who may not be qualified or classically trained on these platforms. In a place like the Free State, there isn't much available in terms of, let's say, an art school, etc., like formal places to train you in the arts. But that speaks to the need, does it not, to then figure it out, find a way to get onto those platforms?
Absolutely. It's important to know that at the end of the day, you are an individual and you need to do whatever it takes. Don't let anything get in the way of you achieving your dreams, or don't let fear or self-doubt to make you believe, oh, just because I'm from a small town, I don't deserve to be in a certain place. Find ways. And now we grow up in an age where there's social media, there's internet, there's so many ways to blow up, you know. People are discovered easily than us. Now you had to be there physically.
Now there's TikTok.
Now there's TikTok where you are being discovered. Look at this child from KZN that was discovered by Chris Brown. You know, she was just singing in a classroom. So you never know, but you are in a far better position. However, again, it does not mean that you shouldn't be assisted by your government, you shouldn't be assisted by your department. I feel this moment right now is the beginning. It's never too late to fix things. It's the beginning of what is supposed to happen in this province. It's the beginning of, there's supposed to be an arts academy in this industry, so that you don't have to be in Joburg or Cape Town or Durban for you to make it. You have to make it here in your own town and become a superstar in your own town without even living the place. And you're supposed to be a superstar where you're becoming an export. You know, when people from Joburg say we want smakkeling from Velkom, you know, want to book smakkeling from Velkom, from Durban, you become a national treasure, but you're still in your own town. So it's never too late. So this for me is very inspiring and encouraging, that it's the beginning of something. Let's not take this for granted.
And it's a disadvantage, I suppose, to the of the South African entertainment industry, isn't it, that it's basically centered in one city. I mean, you've got pockets of it in Durban, pockets in Cape Town, but ultimately you still have to go to Johannesburg if you want to go mainstream, which is different in America, where stars live all over the place. LA, and the call comes.
Atlanta, yes. It's sadly, I guess that's why they call it the city of gold, you know, because it was, I think apartheid also played a huge role. I mean, we were separated deliberately. It's a story for another day. But sadly, that is the case. Joburg is the city of gold. No one belongs there. Everybody comes there, even myself. You know, I was born in Soweto, but my parents came from KZN and Swaziland for to look for gold. I mean, you left Bloemfontein. I don't think you'd be as far as you are had you not left Bloemfontein.
With a backpack and a suitcase.
Exactly.
That's all I had.
With nothing, you know. So sadly, that's the case, but it doesn't mean that's how the story should end. You know, it's concepts like these that would change the narrative.
You touched on it earlier, how you've been able then to merge the different parts of arts and entertainment, from being a dancer who then became a respected performer in every sense now across the board. How do you decide on what to take on?
I mean, I'm fearless, and I've always been fearless, and I wish I could feel that fearlessness. And people now look at me, they focus on my glory. They have no idea of what my story is, like my actual story is. I've been rejected, I've hustled, I've I've always been a believer of putting one foot in, and it starts with things like becoming a dancer, for instance, and you get paid 500 rands to dance for Miss SA for 2 hours dancing for 500 rands. And for me, it's not about that 500 rands, it's about my foot is in.
They know your name.
They know my name. And what happens when that foot is in, the next time, I don't just become a dancer, I become a choreographer. You know? And then the next thing, I'm choreographing the South African Music Awards. My foot is in, but I know eventually I want to host these awards. And what happens 10 years later, doesn't matter how long, I become the host for 3 years in a row. You know? So for me, it's having a vision and having a goal. And sometimes the mistake we make as artists is that we just want to touch that goal. And
I'm talented, it must happen now.
Yes, and even in soccer, for them to score, it starts a center. And it doesn't even go straight to the pole. Iyadribulwa, iyakabana, ibuyele emuva, and then iyaphambili kube ne-fall to referee, athi yellow card, athi red card, red card uyaphuma, 2 weeks later uyabuya, eventually, goal. But after blood, sweat, and tears, it doesn't just go goal.
But the lesson from that is staying the course, right? I'll take what you're saying about the Samas, from dancing on the Sama stage and then 10 years later, hosting the actual event. So it wouldn't have happened if you hadn't stuck to your guns and kept working towards it.
No, it wouldn't have happened. It takes discipline, it takes focus, it takes professionalism, it takes resilience, it takes endurance, it takes faith as well, you know. It's a combination of a whole lot of things. It's a fruit salad that needs honey and yogurt and different types of fruit for it to be nice, muesli sometimes, and you have to remember the end goal.
But also important, I think, from your career, Somizi, is distinguishing yourself from everyone else, because there are many dancers, there are many actors, there are many presenters, but key to staying the course and surviving is having a unique selling point.
Absolutely. First, one thing, never lose yourself. Never become anything else but yourself. But 2, always look for gaps. Always look for gaps. What is it that I bring that is not there? And I'll make an example with this gentleman next to me. His name is Rasta. Do you guys know Rasta? Thank you very much. Rasta, as much as even myself, there was a point where I couldn't stand him. But he made his mark. He found a gap. He could have decided to draw like everybody else who would not know who Rasta is. But Rasta thought about it and said, what is it that I'm going to bring? His drawing is not by mistake. His drawing is deliberate. His drawing is a creative idea that is genius. And only a genius person will understand. So with me as well, I look for gaps. Hence now, I'm in the fashion industry. I sat down and I said, what is it that I'm going to bring in the industry that's not there? And I thought, should I do the diamonds? Should I do Lipeshu, Lenaling, Louis Vuitton? No. What's there? Kids. How many, if I can say to you, name one brand right now that is a kids brand and it's local, you'll have to think really hard and Google. So I thought, oh, there's a gap. So I always look for gaps and I always look for what is it that separates me from the rest. And that is the selling point for me.
Okay, I don't want to monopolize the conversation. I don't know if you've got a roving mic. I just want to see if you've got one because I want to open it up for questions at this point. I may have to come down there to pass the mic around. Let me see if I can get help with the mic. Show of hands. We'll take 4 or 5 questions. Sir, I see you there. Anyone else? Second hand. So there's a hand over there. 2 hands on this side. And 1 hand there. 4th hand, right? Leshai. Number 5, okay. Okay, let's start with you, sir. Do you have a mic? Thank you. Let's start with you, sir.
Yeah. E
There we
dumetse
go.
no tje. Dumelang.
Hello, Papa.
Ke tlo bua puo ya lapeng Sesotho.
Ha ona bothata, ke a se utlwa.
Ke a leboha. Ke ratile ntho tse Somezi Mhlongo a ntse a di bua hona jwale hore ha o le artist lwanela seo se batlang. Re bohloko hore di-artista tsa mona lapeng re bohloko haholo ka summit ena. Ntho ya pele ho thata ho kena. Ya qala ho etsala. Ntho ya hore ho ya summiting o tshike gagafu be gagafu ho ya summiting. Hona le OC e re mofueng fana ke motaung ka ke mang ho thwe ke Sony ke ha ke tsebitso la hae hantle. Nna ke nna no re tlo bua le motho a tlo lobiswa le computer ke ntho e bohloko go fetisisa ya hore o batla o tla summiting e wena o le at o ikupileng re ikupile summit ena ga e tlela fela re ne re le meeting re bitsitswe ke ntate Dukwana le Mmemaki ha ba re bitsitse mo ya ba rona re di-artist ne le mo tsa Welcome re kopa summit and etle high Welcome rona e kupue ke rona ha se yena a inahaneng ya ba re thetsa ba re e tlo ba the end of kgwedi eo re leng go yona a thiba maka ha ya ka etsa la taba eo Mmemaki le ntate Dukwana ya ba tlo re thetsa jwale summit ke ena ya etsahala e sa le re kopa ho thata ho kena bona no tjena hona batho ka mona empa summit e teng empa hona di-artist tsa Free State re bangata ka tsela e tshosang empa batho ba bayo ka ro summit ena re bohloko haholo ka summit ena ya VUKA ene ka le re no tjena nna sa le ke sendela taba hore re tla o thasha le no tjena go so thashu se ke tlile hore ha sa ke emela ho thashua hore ba tla mfounela hore ke tle submitting empa ba etsa taba eo e bohloko haholo rena re le di-artist tsa lejo le putswa ntho e tsala ha lona ma ga ona tokelo ya ho tla ho yona empa ga le ga di submitting Bloemfontein re iswa fela re latua ka dikoloi re fitla go le go ba tswa mabotjobotjong kwana ha re batlo go la mabotjobotjong re ne re batla summit summit ne kupue ke rona
Okay.
empa ho etsetse the way ho etsetseng ka teng ke a lebo
So before Zama, summit. So how can the summit, right? And I hear you on your concerns. Hanele lebata summit le kopa. Ne lebata hore at the end of it, lebele fumane 100. What were you hoping would be the benefit?
thank you ka ba ne re tseba go tloba di commission ene le moroto a ha gore re le di-artist tsa Free State ke eng e hlokahalang re tseba go ba le tsebo ya hore ha o batla go kena bo ntho tsa bo diloto ka kena jwang ha o batla etsa bo di-studio re ka ba le studio jwang se leng sa rona mona re ne re itse re tlo ikopanya summit ena mme ba ne re ka kopanya maboko re di-artist tsa Free State re tlo kgona go fumana ntho tseo re di batlang ke yona tabatabelo ya rona re fumane seo re se labalabelang re le lejo le putswa re na radio station re batla ipona re na le radio station re batla go bona re na le di-studio tseo Mmemaki a sala re tshebisa tsona ha na qala ho dula stulong ke tema ya bobedi empa re tse re sena studio
Okay.
ke ntho tse swabisang kaofela.
So I want to take that last point then, Somizi, the call for a radio station, for example. I started in community radio in Bloemfontein, right? And had that not existed, I would not have known that it was something I was able to do. But it ties in to what you were saying earlier about having to build an entertainment industry that is big and accessible enough for even someone in Welkom to be able to participate fully from where they are.
First of all, Abud, you must know you do not waste your time. No, it's fine. So basically, you must know you stood there, you did not waste your time. What you said is very valid. It's very valid, and it comes from your heart, but it makes sense. And trust me, it's not going to be in vain. it's not going to be in vain. This summit, it's very important, this summit. Trust me, there are going to be changes. And I'm not speaking from a place of I'm not in the government or anything like that, but I have so much faith in people that are behind this summit, right? That there are going to be changes from next year moving forward. When we have this summit same time next year, there are going to be changes. And I like the fact that you were specific as to what is it that is not there, that the needs. And you are not too much. Things that are just going to be the beginning and the foundation of everything else. Because with the studio, you are able to do a whole lot of things. With a radio station, you are able to communicate a whole lot of things with different people, with the community, with the people in the arts. Radio can play a huge role, but I'm going to throw it again to people like Abotembegile to now, when they leave here as well, they need to start, because they are now at a place in a position where they are far ahead. They built themselves. They have to hustle and you know, grab and gravel a whole lot of places to get to where they are. But now that they are far ahead, it's an opportunity for people like themselves who have gained the experience to start having those conversations of saying, hey, department, I'm here. I know, not for them to find minister of something to run or to build this thing. Minister of something is supposed to just approve, but people like Tembegile are supposed to now say, he has an opportunity. Just because he comes from Bloemfontein doesn't mean he can't build anything here in Welkom. He's still from the province. So it's an opportunity for people like himself to go, yeah, he probably didn't even know that there's no radio station here.
No idea, actually.
You see? So that comment or statement was very important, and I applaud you for that. Ne?
Thank you. And if a station, by the way, is coming up, if there are plans, I would gladly come in to say, let's spend some time with the news team and talk about how to do it, training from the writing, how to present, etc. So that is my pledge. When it comes to fruition, I am available to do that. Abuti in the blue jeans, let's come to you. I'm just trying to see where the mic is.
The mic
here.
is here with me. Thank you so much for affording me this time to talk to some of the artists that are here. I'm glad, Somgaga, you managed to respond to that question. But to be quite honest, we are here to build one another. I know but I don't think this is the right platform to complain, because we've got people like you, Bastatile in some way. You are here to guide, nurture, motivate them. So I hope whatever that is raised here, things will be better next time. So I don't think and the other thing that I wanted to raise, in Toyadi radio stations, ibana le matata abamona, like groupa lona as a team, or you want to open a radio station. It's yours, but we will support you financially. Now, haba fetsa ho ibula, ba lwana ka bo bona, ba lwanela ditjhelete. We've been supporting these local radio stations. So hasore blame it hands the department day, because wona will give you money who it's a show ya or talent helping. It's up to you. Or that's another thing that I wanted to raise. Our own artists, not all of them, some of them, have about 2 cents from Gaga. They use it as a lesson, right? You give them a gig today, you have 50,000, or let's say, for argument's sake, you have 1 million. Immediately, I create 1 million. Oloreka your Lamborghini, if it's 50,000. I still have to maintain myself. I still have to market. Now, today I understand your issues, your frustrations, having the examples so that we become better people tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Elsie. So when you raised, the artists aba spend tšhelete hantle and don't. So, you see, the nice thing about these things that how na or wrong, I wanna do right, kaofela. Right, kaofela. How na next a wrong, but as long as the motive is for us to build each other and for us to learn from each other, because we all need to learn from each other. How not clever, you know? Like as I was Achilor, you know, this is maybe the issue where artists don't spend money, that's right. He has an opportunity again to say, when as a department, when the money is funded, before that money is funded, let's not overlook the importance of teaching artists the business of show business, how to manage money, not to give mutu chelete. It's like how win a lotto. They have to sit you down and put you through a whole lot of financials, how it's done, and So this is another a flag that we need to look at, where when artists are being funded, everything is monitored, but also they're taken through a mentoring stage of the finances, you know, so that a person, because we also sometimes forget we're operating from a place of empty stomach, you know, and when you're operating from a place of empty stomach, you know, so it's important that we also cover that aspect so that we avoid having people misusing funds.
There were two hands here at the front. We'll take you first, sir, and then we'll wrap with you, Abut. If you can just stand up for us, Robon.
Oh, Jaludumidis, Kalipizzo, Kipizzo, Waharamonte. Ki mongodi wa dibuka le hape ke script writer. Ha re bua hona jwale ke na le di script tse 23. Re sitwa fela ho fumana menyetla ya hore re ka fumana re phatlaladitse taba tsa rona ka lebaka la kgaello ya matlwele. Ke go pala ntshogela ke Mosotho ba haeso ka lebaka la kgaello ya matlwele. So ne ke ba kopa fela ho tseba hore na rona jwale ka re le batho ba mona matjhabeng na re thuseha jwang ho fumantshana dintho tse re di etsang re di fumana di le televisioneng ka tsela efe hobane ka nnete ha rena matlwele re kokotile a sora re kokotile empa ha o fihla department ta gonzo tho ha rena tjhelete ha rena ha re hanane e ka nna ba ke nnete jwale ne ke ngpa fela ke batla ho tseba hore na re thuseha jwang bane ke na le bana ba 38 bentse re ntse ke ba kwetlisa so ke kopa thuso fela mo ke a lebo.
Quick question, Abut. Lengola dibuka o lengola di scripts?
Nna ke mongodi wa dibuka ebile ke ngola le di script.
Okay, you've got a book, right? Let's talk about the process to getting a book published, and for example, if someone is writing a script, how we go from script to an actual TV show.
The scripts are TV or radio? It's a TV. Okay. So when it comes to writing a book, unfortunately, guys, in every business venture, it's really tough to do it on your own. Whether it's recording music, it's tough to be an independent artist. Whether it's writing a TV series, it's tough to produce it on your own. You have either to be licensed and stuff like this. It's very tough because how na capital. You understand? So it's a matter of, guys, can I raise a hand here and say, I understand that there's a Department of Arts and Culture, but the responsibility must not be solely on the Department of Arts and Culture. Guys, there is more out there. I think the mistake you would make is focusing on one, thinking that the Department of Arts and Culture is their responsibility, their 100% responsibility to open the door for you. Guys, there's so many ways of. I've never been funded by anybody. It's either I knock doors at corporate doors, or I go to business people, your chisanyamas, your restaurants, like diversify, open your eyes and look at different places. if should the department not be able to help you, because also you must remember, you might think it is just these people here. Ganti, there's millions of people that are knocking at doors, and it's either a matter of first come, first serve, or it's a matter of funds are running out for some reason or so. So don't hold them as if they are your be it and end all. If I'm making sense, look at other places. If I were you, Mina, for instance, and writing plays and stuff, I would start my own channel on TikTok. I would start my own channel on TikTok. There are kids in KZN that they have a series. They film in the street walking and chilling. I watched the story where it's a story where when these kids are acting as adults.
On a cell phone.
On a cell phone. They now have sponsorships from corporates. Abo Aromet, Abo Milo, Abo Wanbani. Because there was a guy who said, SAPC has been ignored because maybe they don't see what I see. You don't share the same vision. The Department of Arts and Culture hasn't really been there because they are overwhelmed. What do I do next? I'm going to create my own channel. Whoever believes in me will find me. And he was found. So you could do that and write those scripts and create a series on TikTok and Instagram. Trust me, there'll be that one person that goes, damn, that is a good story. He's an amazing writer. Why isn't he on TV? He finds you, you collaborate, you grow, instead of focusing on one place. That's my gift to you. Take it, don't take it, it's up to you.
I mean, I'm thinking of
So Miss Anyane Fellow.
the scholars.
Okay. Barnabas, for us to have a conducive dialogue more, everyone, I think we came here to learn, we came here. Countries are different. How do you simplify this thing? Ajibwele the panel more, Ajibwele whoever that organized this event. Mara kitloko pareze so. Somizi was telling his story. Then Rona as artist, we listen to his story. Then we say, Somizi, I've been struggling, ka 1, 2, 3. Then how do I maneuver out of that? Then the relevant was department. They must be directed to department. Because if Somizi, we are not going to reach to Rasta. Because everybody will stand and say, Somizi department, Somizi this and that, Somizi this and that. We are not going to live here educated, living here with something in hand. So I'm pleading with everyone that is here. Let's engage according to what is being said before us. You listen to Somizi's story, you say, Somizi, this is the journey, I hear your journey of life. So I came across 1, 2, 3 from your story. How do you advise me? Then Somizi will break so. Then we move to Rasta. Mamela stories are Rasta. Or Rasta, nice visual artist. I've been struggling, but my portraits are all over. How do I take my work out there? Then Rasta, it will be a nice dialogue. Then reajual. Then when we come to department, that's where we go for department giban. Ramamel or make a man who is a department. Then that's where we'll stand and rise and say, we've been knocking on the doors and so.
Chairperson.
Amen.
Okay, we're going to take one more. There was a hand that was up on this side quite early on, because we're going to wrap up our time with Somizi now, but I do want
There's
to
a
give
lady in green there.
lady at the back, because we haven't heard from any women. Let's give you the mic before we let Somizi go.
Good day to everyone here and to our esteemed guests. My name is Rufile Lubaya, and I'm an upcoming voiceover artist, TV presenter, and corporate presenter. Now, I've heard your story, Mr. Somizi, and the presenter there. My problem is, I wanted to ask, what would you advise a young girl who's trying to get their foot in the industry but is not trying to go through the corners? In my experience with the people that I have approached, or people that have approached me, they come to me with, I don't know how to put it, but they come in like looking for favors from me that I feel will depreciate my dignity and value. Now, how would you advise a young girl who's trying to get into the industry but is not trying to, go through the corners of this, that? Yeah, how would you advise them?
You mean as in sexual favors?
Yes.
Okay.
And you do voice work, you said?
Yes, I do voiceovers as well. I do voiceovers, TV presenting, radio presenting, and corporate presenting.
Presenting.
Yeah.
All right.
And modeling as well, sorry, modeling.
Shine, girl. Just don't. If you're gonna lose your sleep and peace, it's not worth it. Don't. Rather be unsuccessful and unfamous than being famous by sleeping your way to the top, because that part expires. Number one. So don't. And a person who does that is really not worth your minute or your second. Believe in yourself, believe in your talent. There will always be people who see your value, who see your worth, and who see you for who you are. And as a presenter, never ever, I was telling someone the other day that I'm not a radio personality. I'm a personality who's on radio. There's a difference, And what makes me work or successful on radio is that I didn't change who I am when I got to radio. My accent didn't change, my English didn't change. I'm so easy through and through. So don't ever lose your authenticity, number one. You'll forever stand out, and you'll forever, the biggest mistake, especially girls, what they make when they present, they think bonan. And all of a sudden, Kiss Makaleng was so, hi, my name is Makaleng, and then everybody 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is Makaleng from Sepo Gang, and welcome tonight. Hi, Bo, sis, who is Makaleng? You left Makaleng outside. Don't ever lose yourself. Rather be rejected for who you are than be accepted for something that you're not or someone that you're not. Ne? Thank you.
Also, quite practically, if you want to do voice work, look for agencies that do voice work where you can upload recordings of yourself. I don't know how much of this you do, but also try to get hold of scripts and stuff and repeatedly work at it, because you can only get better that way. And even with the presenting, record yourself. Record voice, record video, things that if you bump into a Somizi who's maybe a producer, you can show them on your phone in the moment versus, oh, I'll call you. Because that's often how you will get booked, if people can see the work. And even on your social media, hey, what we were saying, post things of you doing what may be random. I mean, Moshe and Diki started, I remember 10 years ago, we used to watch Moshe in a flat in Johannesburg drinking autumn harvest and telling stories about his weekend. Look at him now. Literally, you could start a YouTube page where you find stuff that you want to talk about and direct your presenting in that direction. And then put it out there. If it's good, it'll catch on.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Before I go, I just want to leave you with this. You remember I said I want to tell you how I became a judge on Idols?
Oh, yes.
Before I go. And for me, that's a lesson. Again, grab opportunities. 1. 2, realize when there's an opportunity. Because there's moments where you probably had an opportunity, but you didn't even realize. Like now, this is an opportunity, but some of you are in a different space, headspace. They're not realizing that this is an opportunity for something. So for me, what had happened was that during the rehearsals of the finale, the judges don't do the rehearsals. They come on the show, right? So they ask 3 people to sit in the judge's chair for camera work when they rehearse. So when the performer finishes to perform, they go, judge number 1, count to 30 about the performance. You don't have to say anything. So judge number 1 would count 1, 2, 3 up to 30. Judge number 2 would count 1, 2, 3 up to 30. And then when it came to me, I didn't count. I judged.
You gave a full review.
I gave a full review. I'm like, you were like this, you were like that. Not realizing, Uguti, someone is watching me, the producer is watching me from the control room, and they said, record him. They recorded me. They took it to the channel and said, this is what the show misses. This is what the show, an opportunity. Always grab that opportunity. And I grabbed it and I became the judge the following year.
And there we go, on that point.
Ta-da!
On that inspiring story. Sir, you're going to have to be the absolute last one because Somizi does have to go. Sir, in the suit over here, Kapil. I don't know if we've got a mic. There we go. And then we're going to wrap it up with Somizi, but we'll still continue with our other panelists.
Thank you so much. Let me take this opportunity thank the organizers of this summit. Ndibulise kakhulu, everyone artist here. In short, I'm also an artist, a musician, and I do jazz. But ke batla ho tla lentsweng le bueng ke MEC here in Velkom not long ago. It's about 2 years or 3 years.
Okay, hold on, Producer Kukat. Is it related to me?
Yes, I'm coming to you, sir. Exactly to you, sir.
Oh,
Before
okay.
you leave.
Okay,
Yes,
so
please.
straight to the point.
Okay. We had a radio station here. Ne? Now, as we say that, there are a lot of platforms outside there. Unfortunately today, I don't know, for instance, personally in this day and time, jazz it's dying slowly but surely. I wish if you are here, you can give us at least Lona some other ways of horror but who in that genre can find a ways or refumane those platform performance to say so. For instance, it was 2017. The manager of Drakensberg Promotions Ularifa a gig around Tembisa there to perform. So I don't know government space in terms of this in terms of how to get performances, how to get showbiz, because like to depend on the department, that one it is killing us. Maybe banally a bigger burden because maybe we are 100 of us to them. So maybe for instance there will be that people but at least the opportunity to know there are these platforms.
Okay.
If maybe you are doing this and this.
Can I take that? And just in the interest of time, I think it goes back to something that Somizi said as well, that sometimes you just need to start. On your own, you just need to start because unfortunately, and I hate to say it, very few of us have a hero who's coming to save us. So if your thing is singing, then you can do, I don't know, if you're a vocalist, you do a cappella videos on a cell phone. You record that, you get it on TikTok, it's under a minute, people spread it. Before you know it, it's on Facebook, it's on Twitter. Before you know it, someone is booking you. There's a little girl who was recorded singing at a school recently, a few months ago, I forget her name now, and her video ended up on Twitter. And then what happened from then, Anele then spotted it, and she actually got to perform at a Prime Media event. And Prime Media owns 4 radio stations.
Prime Media.
Yes, Prime Media. So what I'm saying to you, Park Prime Media, the point I'm making is, had there not been a recording of that girl online, just singing, Anele Mdoda would not have seen it, the CEO of Prime Media would not have seen it, and this girl would not have performed in front of an audience from 4 radio stations. And it's the cheapest way to do it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very
Baba.
much.
Guys, thank you very much for having me. I appreciate you. I wish nothing but the best for you. And then now, ke available go to DM. How many question unishape ka yona? Ke tla o thusa ka o araba.
Not mshiga.
But thank you so much for having me, and I wish you all the best. Work together. Remember that. Work together. We are better together than apart. Ne? Are we in sync? Danko. Bye-bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Somizi Mhlongo. And Somizi is off after his glitter tour. Let's give that time. We're going to continue. We've spoken to Somizi about mainstream media, be it television, radio, fashion, choreography, right? But we also have someone else with us here today, Rasta. How many of you are familiar with Rasta's drawings? Let me just see. Show of hands. It started with one image, and before we knew it, it was never a South African event of any official category without Rasta. It could be a funeral, it could be the opening of Parliament. This is the man who we now have come to know as the one who will capture the main individual given the said event. And I want to bring you into the conversation now, Rasta, and talk about where it all began for you, because about 5 years ago, none of us knew who you were, but now you're everywhere.
Yes, Salmonan, good afternoon. I'm so very honored to be part of this panel as an artist, a visual artist. I was born in Zimbabwe, Bulawayo. That was 77. I'm old enough. So I started this art, sketching, drawing at a young age, as 7 years in primary school. There was no art class there. So I used to sketch using my maths book, textbooks, books, and stuff. So when I grew up, my grandmother used to come from rural areas to come and buy some clothes, some lapis. So I used to help her in a way that I would do a sketch on those things that she will buy. Then she'll go back to those rural areas and start knitting with different colors, then sell to the communities there. So she's the one who actually said, I'm going to be an artist. My mother never thought of that. Yeah, so I think the art is in me, as I say. Unfortunately, my grandmother passed on to see this now. So when I was in primary, I remember that was 1990, Mandela was released from the prison. So I also at school where they said, I go home. I went home there in the evening, there was news. We were fortunate to have a TV screen. So I saw Nelson Mandela on TV. I had to sketch that. The following day when I went to school, I showed my classmates. Then it ended up to be seen by my teacher. Then my teacher took it to the principal. It was like sort of an insult for me to sketch Nelson Mandela. So principal called me to the office to come in and explain that. They didn't beat me, but they warned me to stop doing this because we'll be arrested sometime with just drawing someone you don't know and who didn't say paint or draw him. So it started there. There wasn't all these social media, So I guess if it was, I was gonna trend at that early age. So fast forward to the secondary school. I met at there in Magoge Secondary School, of which really I was doing my sketches. The teachers were like, wow, this is an artist. I started doing my art lessons in secondary school that was from grade 8 to 12. Still, I was doing good in a way that even in break time, people buy my artwork. I was doing ninjas, ninja turtles, cartoons, the wrestlers, painting them each and every time, sketching. So the interest of art started there. We would know I'm an artist. When I came to South Africa, that was 96, for greener pastures. I had to work in restaurant, I had to work in constructions, yeah, because to make money, of course. So with that, when I was getting paid there, I had to go and buy materials, my canvases, my paints, brushes, then start painting. even I was working somewhere. During the weekends, I would go to Street Robots and sell my art, up to when I got a stall in Rosebank, Bruma, where I would go and sell there. Yeah, it started there, like, okay, this is an artist. This love of doing a portrait, I saw a gap. We have to treasure those legends who have passed on. I started painting the late Brenda Fassie, that was 2003. No one knew me. I was even chased from the venue sometimes. What are you doing here? Go outside and paint outside your things. So I painted the late Brenda Fassie. I painted about Sisulu and the mayor of Johannesburg, that's Amos Masondo. Yeah, so it all started there. Everyone wouldn't believe in me, and the newspapers on the following day will write, a man was painting outside the hall, a man was doing this. So voila, I'm here as an artist. I'm so very happy and proud of it.
So if you were doing this around 2003, mid-2000s, how did it go from that, when there wasn't as much public conversation about your work, to what we saw in the last, let's say, 5-6 years, where now anyone who's on social media will have seen what you do and knows your name?
Yeah, thanks to the social media, the Twitter, because they were crushing me, but I stand tall and strong in a way that if I was someone else, I was going to give up on it. I can't paint, I can't do this. So that platform, my socials, it grew me so too much.
And you said they were crushing you. I remember when I think the first few of your portraits came out, people were mocking your work, taking digs at it. But despite all of that, your following was growing at the same time. Were you ever discouraged by the comments?
Yeah, I don't normally read those comments, to be truth with you. I don't normally read those. I just browse them. I take those constructive ones with Rasta. You can read them. Sometimes some are scary. You can find out with some that are threatening you with, please don't come to this funeral because we're going to fight with you whenever you can't draw. So I skip those.
But now the tide has turned, right? Now you're getting more praise than the negative, I've noticed.
Yeah, I'm getting all the praises. As Somizi said, you don't have to be scared. You have to go all up and do whatever you know you can do better. Because I've been in all stages, in churches, in parliament, in convention centers, but now people will understand my art and say, hey, Rasta, he can paint. Yeah, give him a space. Yeah, I've seen everything. It's growing up.
I don't know if we have any other visual artists in the house, but the question often with the, let's say, non-mainstream forms of art is whether it's profitable. Can one make a good living off of what you do?
Yeah, you can make a living with the art, because some other artists, they always complain with the art. It's so very difficult to sell the art. When I started on the street, I was selling the art and getting imali rent, getting imali other materials and continue. So it's so very hard to be artist and sell, especially when your name is not known. Because whenever I went to the galleries, I remember I had to take my works and go to the galleries. They will say, who are you? Let's see what you have done. They will criticize even them. The gallery owners will say, no, we can't sell this in our galleries. So I thought, no, let me not go with them. Let me find my own space. So now I'm known everywhere because of that. I didn't listen to them. You can't draw, can't sell your stuff.
Are you charging more now?
Yes, I do charge. I do charge more. The other thing that is helping me is I do get calls from some other television dramas. especially I've worked with the Black Brain, I've done TV commercials, adverts. So it's helping me as well, apart from the money that I get from art. Yeah, so if you are an artist also like me, who is popular now, one can take you with this one is just an artist, but when I go for acting, someone will say, this one can act. Maybe the art is not in his blood, but acting. So you have to do something that, apart from what you do, that can back up your creative.
Okay, thank you, Rasta. We're going to speak also, I want to bring in the rest of our panelists also in a moment, because we're going to talk still about music, the business of music in the Free State. We're also going to talk about fashion with Candy and how that works in the Free State and how do we take it to other parts of the country. I mean, there are 9 provinces, the world is even bigger, but I'm trying to figure out at this point if there are actually any questions for Rasta at the moment, just so that we don't keep the conversation going too long and then people don't get an opportunity to ask at the end. I see you, sir. I see 1, 2, 3, 4 hands to my left. So we'll start with those hands and then pick up the conversation with the rest of the panel. Let's start with you, Dad.
Rasta, bana bana di disability 80% abana ba khona uqeta sekolong impa mere ya sekolong re lo ba sheba ba batle ka art whole visual art hore re khone hore re banke ba khone ho fihlella maemong a o leng wona re ka etsa jwang obane a bobedi disebediswa sa visual art di a tura o ka re eletsa ka hore re ba develop jwang obane the opportunity are there for bone ba ba batle ka art.
Okay.
It's about youngsters interested in visual art. How do you get them going, especially when they don't necessarily have the resources to pursue the learning in a formal way? Fantastic. So especially children who do have disabilities.
Yeah, I've opened up a group of artists because I've seen it, which is always Rasta doing art all over. So I'm giving my youngsters also a chance. I've got a group that I created, of which we share our works there. And when we get a job, I call people from my group to collaborate and work together. So I think if I can get those people and Slale Panzi on that platform Enginayo, I think it can be a success for them. Also, I've got also Abantu Aba disabled that I work with. Yeah, it's only that I'm in Johannesburg, but we can work together because now we can use the internet. Yeah, you can post your work, then we talk about it. Whenever there is a job, call you up.
Sanibonani. Uthetha nophindile VUKA. Ngomnye weefeni zakho ezinkulu kakhulu. Yami ndenza i-visual art. Ndiqale i-art at the early age. Yabo ndayivumela ukuthi ikhule nami ngaphakathi kwami. So into endayiqaphela i-challenges esizifaceayo thina as i-artist ukuba asizitholi i-chances ukuthi umuntu akhona ukuthi umsebenzi wakhe awuse to the right person at the right time. Ndizobuyela kwi-opportunity enami ndayibona ukuthi ndingayisebenzisa. Ndenza no music, so ke apha eVelcom iGeorge siyazisa uQuesta esindim-idolizer naye kwi-music. Then kwenzeka ukuthi nami ndimzobe ngoba uye wandenza ukuthi nami ndingakhathali ukuthi abantu bathini ngiqhubeke ngomsebenzi wami, because i-art ithetha amazwi amaninzi. Abanye abantu bangayibona ngenye indlela, omnye angaphinda ayibone ngenye indlela. So lanto andifuna ukuthi negativity endendayichola kwi-social media, kodwa lanto iye yazama ukukhulisa i-platform yami ene bulela nayo podcast aside. So umbuzo wami ukuthi ndingathanda mina ukuthi ube mentor yami. Ndingenza kanjani bengiba so chill ukuthi uvule igroup ukuthi uncede i-upcoming artist.
Yeah, cabanga ukuthi sizoxoxa after. You can join that group as well as a creative artist, because it's not easy out there ukuthi ube visual artist. I've seen it. Bakhona abaningi abalokukhuluma nami and say, Rasta, how can we sell our artworks? I always tell them ukuthi it's easy as long as you believe in yourself, because now people will be looking up to me and saying, Rasta is the one who's doing my painting, but it's giving other people a chance of saying, Rasta can't paint, okay, I will take that other guy who can paint better than Rasta. That's what I do in my group. There's no way that you can say the other artist can paint also. Yeah, because the art is people can criticize you as you say it, but the art is different. Kulama cartoonist, kulabanye abayenza abstract, but still art. One cannot understand the art of Nyumundu, and you don't have to copy someone's art. You have to come with your own style, of which I did. Art is so very controversial as well. When you look at a painting, on it, it will be plain like just a picture. It won't. I a painting, you must look at it in the morning, sip a coffee. When you come back from your office, also you stay at it. You understand that you enjoy art and you see yourself through that artwork.
And how do you put your personal stamp on it, Rasta? Because almost every good artist can do the basics, right? But how do you create art that stands out? I mean, someone like you, people know your art. When you look at internationally, everyone knows a Van Gogh painting when they see it. How do people go about doing that, especially in the early stages, putting their personal stamp on their work?
Yeah, I think so. We brand as Rasta the artist. Whenever even I can come up with a painting of another artist as of a perfect, people will start saying, Mara, you didn't do this, Gashi, thinking it's me. So, Nyaitanda Leondo, because it has made me, Abantu, they will talk about my painting whenever I paint. You see brand on its own. So,
And then there was, thank you for that, by the way. There was a gentleman in the white. I'll come to you, sir.
Oh, good evening. My question for you, Rasta, is your artworks just the painting, or is the artist statement supporting your artworks? Because now, in terms of art, there's like contemporary art, like abstract, hyper-realism, social realism and stuff. So now, in painting, does the artist statement or the idea, the metaphors within the artwork help and assist in selling this particular artwork that an artist is doing? Because now, in some cases, like your art banks, they don't just take an artwork alone because of this artwork, but they were looking for your artist biographies, the artist statement supporting the specific artwork. And the main idea in these things on how does an artist explain, or does a specific artwork catch the interest of its audience? Could you maybe briefly explain that to us, please?
Yeah, with my art, I started doing landscapes before this portrait. I saw that landscape, they're not attracting even the audience, because we just paint mountains and the river. Yeah, so I went to portrait to Abantu Bebele, that portrait that will stay in their houses, especially when I paint Guma funerals and memorials. We have seen Abantu Babebeans are those tombstones, but they can be left in the graveyards. So with my art, you will take it home and treasure it for the rest of your life. Yeah, so I saw it, it's very important to do portraits rather than other abstract, as you say, abstract, your landscapes, your contemporary. So yeah, I've made my art also by unique in a way that when you look at it, it tells more stories. Even now, Amanyama artists, they are so very happy. Some call me and say, "Uti Rasta, you have made it," because the art, it was looked at is something that is just a hobby. Now it's a career for other people who follows the art just like me.
Thank you very much, Rasta. Abu at the back with the cap. I see you.
Oh, nna ke tlo kopa ho bua Sesotho bana beso. So tla mo hlalosetsa.
Ah, ona bothata ntate.
Thank you. All right, nna ke motho le drawing and haholo nako e kgolo ke dula ke draw ya le go nako e kgolo le nyane ke dula ke draw. Fela ke ntse ke le ntlheng ya taba ya support hore re le batho re thola jwang support. Well, ke dutlile dikarabo tse ding. Ke motho a neng a sena hona ka classeng gore like le thuto ne ntse le ntho e teng mara ke fokollwa ke mahlo a ke re mehleng ya pele ne re sa kgone ho ikisa di-special cool rona bana ba ba so nako e kgolo le nyane ne ke le motho a itogela ke qadile ka di-landscaping ke qadile ka di-painting ke entse di-plan tsa dintlo kore a ke tsebe drawing ka re ke ipotipotile ka kae ka gutla ka tlo etsa le di-sculpturing ka tla ka tlo roka ka etsa bo meseme ka etsa ke gutletse di-portrait nou tjena specific ke etsa di-portrait fela event e nngwe le nngwe kapa moketeng wa molomo I do make a research I can say starting from when maybe 2017 or when mara ke so thole la ka ba ke nkare ke tlile mona ke troile mthaitseng a tla ba hostile gore that support ke batla marketing hantle ke batla marketing wa portrait tsaka
so batla marketing
ha bohloko jwang that
for art
nna ke try di celebrity try portrait fair.
Rasta, how do we market art? I mean, most of us will have seen
Facebook ke a ke na le Instagram ke na le page ya ka ya art fela Facebook me lo renga ke qoqele batho ba nga just post only my pictures on Facebook
Okay, how does one market their art? Do people still social media the way to go, like markets? I remember a lot of artists would in Johannesburg, for example, around Rosebank, Farmers Market, etc. How do they do it?
As I said, I tried to go to the galleries, then they said, no, not this kind of art. So I went to the street robots and tried to sell my paintings there. And abantu bebethenga in a way. So after that, I had to go to those big events like maybe your summers. Yeah, big events and do the paintings there. Because with artists, it's so very hard to go to Stole Ama exhibitions, Stole where we can showcase our works. So with me, I'm always showcasing my work through everything that is happening. Manje we were welcoming Springbok. I was there in the airport painting the whole team. So market yami is not based also only on social medias. I go myself and do painting in front of people for people to see and take my numbers. So I think now we have to go all out. Ungabi ku comfort zone because I'm an artist always they will say I take so art is not very easy to sell art, but they are on their comfort zone. You must go all out and do my painting in open spaces. Yeah, and the other thing, manjing, exhibit my works like in Museum Africa. That was last year. I exhibited more than 300 works. From there, even I got many calls from that exhibition. We need this painting, we need that. So I think we have to go all out as an artist and paint wherever. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Any more questions for Rasta specifically? Just trying to scan the room. Any more takers? There you go.
lebitso ke Katlego, aka Cat Art Production. Nna ke visual artist, I'm a contemporary, ke betsa abstract and hyperrealism art, contemporary art. But most of my time, ke shapa di-portrait for batho. But now, I seem to learn how to specialize ka yona. I just want to do paintings and ke di rekise. So, mo ka senya rona, batho ba kgone ho afford sepana sa rona. So that's why ke leng ka starta ho bula a tattoo shop. Ke tsa di-tattoo, ke butse studio nyana mo ke sepana le twin laka. Le ena ke artist ka babedi da. So ke ne ke botsa hore like Rasta ke thabela hore monana ke idea efe ka ga fang yona for re ka tswella as the artist tse ntse ditla. But already le nna ke a zama. I can even sell my paintings. This year ke rekise ma paintings 3. Last year it's 4, but sebe mo fela. Thank you.
So, what do you want Rasta to help you with specifically?
Like what I feel I'm motivated for like ke etse eng cause how simple lo rekisa.
Oh, so you want to go from registered as 4, but how do you get from 4 to 8, maybe 16, and then 20, and maybe 100?
Cause ke trele body gallery, ke romela body application, ya bontsha sponsor sharp. I can even show Rasta after even ke monte one of my portrait spana jwa.
Okay, so how does he grow it? So there is an interest, so that's encouraging, but he wants to do more.
Yeah, as an artist, sometimes we can do my painting and sell all of them. I will advise you as an artist, you must do my paintings and keep them in your studio or
your house even?
House, yeah. So if you keep those paintings, one day, whenever you are called or a place like this, you can collect those paintings for your exhibition. You come showcase those paintings. Yeah, because I'm an artist, they sell everything. Because when you're doing a painting for someone, you give it to him. But if now you can paint, let's say the President of America, then you keep that painting. Yeah, sometimes the painting goes with the edge when you did it, you understand? So that's why it will score a lot of money. Yeah, unless if when now sometimes we go hungry and sell our works very cheap. Yeah, so at my cheap, some other clients won't understand what that's art. We have to make it more with the price. So I guess with the passion that you have to paint even more. For me, I can tell you maybe this year I've painted 300 portraits. You won't believe that, because each and every day I paint. Each and every day I paint.
So Rasta, just on that, quick question. You said he must keep some of his work in his house, his studio, if he's got a studio. Does the thing of e-portfolios, does creating a portfolio still work? So shots of your work that you can maybe keep on file in case you don't have the originals or you don't have enough room to create a display?
Yeah, you have to keep. With me, whenever I paint from my funerals and memorials, I always give painting to the family. So I do like 2 paintings, then I give one, then I keep the other painting, so that whenever time is right, I can display that and sell it. Yeah, I think if you can keep my paintings, it's gonna be easy for you. Whenever they call you to let's see your work, you bring your paintings. I've got my paintings that are dated 2000, 2001, of which some I post now. People say, I will Rasta if you have improved, of which the painting was done 2001. So with that, people will start to enjoy and see what I will Rasta have been there and painting.
All right, so any other question? We're going to wrap it up with, 2 more hands. I see you. Anyone else from this section? That part of the class, by the way, has carried you for this segment of the lecture. Lonaka, where are your questions? Are there no visual artists on this side? We'll take you, ma'am, and then we'll end with you.
Good day, Rasta, and everyone that's around. My name is Untitled, and I'm a multidisciplinary artist. So I professionally draw, I silk print, I paint, I sculpture, and I recently started a new venture because I've realized that we as creatives are facing a problem. So I became an exhibition curator. It's very small, but my question is, how do I have a conversation with you that the next time I do host an art exhibition in Bloemfontein, that we may at least curate 3 of your pieces? Thank you.
Yeah, I've did a collaboration not only in South Africa, in Botswana, Swaziland, Zimbabwe, Mozambique. I've got artists from those countries that I do a collaboration with. If you can check July 29, we're in a rally there. We did 10 paintings of EFF leader. So with those artists that I work with, they will go back to their studios and their community also. And maybe another thing, we were with Urasta, the artist. So with that, I think it can work also because we have to collaborate as an artist. I've got a female artist as well, of which Abantu, they will say a woman can't paint, but we have got a female artist from all over Africa that I work with as well. So I'll be doing a collaboration also in January, come this January next year. So if you then you can be part of it as well.
Rasta, thank you very much for that. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to Rasta and thank him for sharing his story and insights with us today here in Welcome. Thank you very much, Rasta, for coming through.
Thank you so much.
This last conversation that we're going to have for this afternoon, we've saved it for last for a reason, right? Because we're going to speak to people who are from the Free State, who've managed to find a way to carve a space for themselves in industry. By that I mean in fashion, in music, in television, through acting. So I'm going to introduce our panelists for that. And as always, we're going to then open it up to you at the end so you can ask questions directly about where you are career-wise and where you want to get to and how they can assist you. But before we do that, let me see. Do we have singers here today? Only 2 singers. Okay, are the other singers shy? Any actors? Oh, a lot more actors than singers in Welcome. Okay, good to know. So stand by because I'm going to need you guys to come in for this conversation, and I'm going to introduce our panelists from the far end, furthest to my left, Sam, Shale. Now, a lot of you may recognize Sam. If you watch Skim Sam, you'll know what's up, right? We'll talk about how someone from Botshabelo ended up on Skim Sam. We've got, if you're as old as I am, you'll remember Preston, who became Press from Coca-Cola Pop Stars and now a music star really in his own right. We'll hear from Press as well. And then, if like me, you're a Free State 80s or 90s baby, I'm a 90s one, so they're not that old, you will remember a group by the name of Kaya. Remember them? First, I think, Free State group to win a Metro FM award. Best Afro Pop, I think it was, almost 20 years ago. And Sweetie was crucial to that success, a member of Kaya, so he'll talk to us about that as well. A round of applause for him, please. And then it won't surprise you to hear that Candy over here, closest to me, is in the fashion space, as is proven by her outfit today, the best dressed on the platform. So we'll talk to her about clothing, not just your town and your province, but making sure that her range travels beyond Welkom, Bloemfontein, and possibly even out of the country. So with that out of the way, Sam, I want to come to you, right? Because your rise to stardom has been one that many people in the province have been marveling at. It's not common that we see someone from Botshabelo, Bloemfontein, Welkom on television, least of all Skeem Sam, Esebedi, Soapy, and there you are now doing so well. How did you go from where you were to Skeem Sam?
Good afternoon, everybody. I don't know if you have time. Can I just tell the story?
Give us the Twitter version.
Okay, the Twitter version. Okay, so I matriculated in Botshabelo, stayed there for 5 years, not knowing what to do, frustrated and all of that. My mother lived in Joburg. I have another home in Johannesburg. Never wanted to live in Johannesburg. But after 5 years, decided, let me just go and live with my mother. So I went there, and in the first few, I think 2 years, I worked as a security guard. I worked as a telemarketer. I was a coach as well. We did a program called Play Ball.
Right.
So with the likes, there's a guy called Ace who comes from Botshabelo as well. You all know the former Kaizer Chiefs coach. I worked with him as well, Mulifintek. He's a personal friend of mine. He used to be a teacher here in Welkom, actually. So, but after that, I had this desire from when I was in high school to be an actor. So I used to watch a lot of Days of Our Lives and The Bold and the Beautiful. They actually taught me English.
Oh.
It's actually quite it's miraculous that I can sit in front of people and express myself. And all of that. So I had this desire, this burning desire to be an actor. And one day I got an opportunity. I had applied for admission at Wits University to study drama there. I couldn't go in because I didn't even have admission fee, let alone registration fee. But 5 years later, I got an opportunity. I went in, studied drama, finished in record time. So I hold an honors degree in BADA. They call it BA Dramatic Arts from the Wits University. And then from there, I started working my way up. So I met someone that I dated at the time, Mukupi. She scared the hell out of me because she was a public figure at the time when we were dating. So she scared me about this fame thing. So I just refused to do it. So most of the time I was behind the screen. I was a director at some point. I've been an executive producer of a number of shows, most of which you might know. Isidingo being one of the big ones. Tempi Pushas, Mamelo. Under my company, I've created a few shows as well. The recent one being Men Don't Cry on ETV, which I created, produced, and directed. And then I just produced another drama series from Zanzi Magic about a year and a half ago called Grootboom and Sons. So I've produced a lot, executive produced mostly, but also produced some shows as well. So I am a presenter and I am now on Skeem Sam. One day I just decided, this fear is not going to work for me. Let me just go try my luck. I went for an audition there. And the next thing I know, they called me and said,
come over here.
To play Pumulo Maposa, the uncle to Lehasa Maposa, whom I'm very close to. And he embraced me. He's been very kind to me. He's been very nice to me. So I work with him and the rest of the other cast members. It's quite a nice and very fulfilling role to play because I get to be someone else for a few minutes and just get out of my own space and inhabit someone else's problems and life, etc. which I enjoy very, very much. I'm still a child of Botshabelo. In fact, I have a house there now because I no longer have a family. So that house is mine now. So I frequently, go home. So I'm still a child of Botshabelo. My biggest desire is to bring back what I have learned over these years to the Free State in a pragmatic manner. That is my biggest desire. I've been speaking to the government in the Free State to try and bring this thing that I have learned. One thing that that actually bothers me, that I want to mention about me, which is the last thing. My company, Mukoshale Productions, runs a training program. We ran a master's class for the KZN Film Commission in KZN for film graduates. So we've been running that, but of course, year in, year out, they give other people opportunities. But I have that experience, and that's the kind of experience I want to bring home, just to cultivate talent, because I can see there's a lot of people here who are talented, who want to go into that space. And I'd be honored and humbled to share the knowledge. But not only that, you are aware on TV, there's a lot of people who have complained to me about the Nguni being represented across all the platforms. My desire is to try and represent the Sotho group. Sotho group being Sotho, Tswana, and Spade. Get actors from you guys here, get creative disciplines, across all the board, all facets of production. Train people like you here, because not all of you can be actors. Some of you can be, lighting, do lighting, do camera, and I see there's camera people here. There are people who lit and licked this space for us to be seen by you guys. So those are the things, wardrobe and many other, disciplines in production, the writing, post-production, and all of those things. These are things that I want to bring home.
And just on that, because you're making a very important point, television is such a big industry, right? There's so much to do. Everyone who studied drama ends up in front of the camera, but you made an interesting point in that you finally did away with the fear and audition to be on Scheme Sam, but that doesn't mean you were not a working artist. You were doing other things. And we don't speak a lot about the fact that you can be many things in television outside of just an actor.
Yeah, that's precisely what I'm trying to impart today. Because a lot of young people actually think that they can act. But the truth of the matter is that acting as a craft is very difficult. It requires discipline. It requires a lot of, training as well, etc., etc. But people make a mistake of thinking that, when you are an actor, you can make money. You do it because you're passionate about it, you love it. Other disciplines. So if you are a director, or if you are a producer, or director of photography, or head of wardrobe, or any of the heads of departments in production, that's where people actually make money. I see it in Joburg. A lot of people come into the industry, they actually do these things. So you become part of a beautiful process that creates something that is an art form, which can be consumed, that you can syndicate, something that you can actually distribute to other, territories. By territories, I'm talking about not only South Africa, I'm talking continental, I'm talking about syndicating the program to, other, continents, for example, to sell our culture, to sell who we are as black people, but most importantly, who we are as the Sotho group, so to speak.
And part of doing that, just when you were saying you want to develop television that speaks to Basotho, people who speak Setswana, etc., which is a huge population in the Free State.
Sure.
Key to that is telling, perhaps, am I right, the stories of the province itself, because the figures exist, be it political figures who lived in the Free State. I mean, the ANC was founded in the Free State. So there are already stories there that have not been told, right?
Sure.
You look at people who've worked in radio and television who come from places like Welkom, and those stories haven't been told, and the best people to tell them, I'd imagine, would be those from here.
Yeah. And you know, the thing about storytelling is a resonance. Where do we derive resonance? We derive resonance from the point of knowing. So if you know your world, you know what you are about, and if you can put it on paper and represent who you are in the most authentic way, then that's what people want to consume. What we have today, there's a quote that I forget, and perhaps you can help me, about the lion and the story and all of that stuff. The story will be captivating and interesting and resonate with the market across the board if it is told truthfully and correctly, and told by the people that actually know that story. So that's what I'm an advocate of that. Which is why when other people are writing your story and they don't know anything about it, they will come to you. It's called research. They will come to you and ask you about your own story. But we can't do it. We do that. We don't need someone else to come and tell our story.
And the quote you're looking for is, until the lion learns to write, every story will glorify the hunter.
That's what I wanted to say. So it wasn't double.
Not bad for Botshabelo.
Not bad indeed.
Chris, let's come to you, because I made mention of the fact that some of us got to know you about 20 years ago now, or so? About
25.
25 years
or
ago.
so, yeah.
And you took an interesting route in that it was through a singing competition that we became aware of you, but that wasn't the beginning, was it, of your interest in music?
Yes, I was interested in music when I was still in primary school at Luboning Primary, Tennyson. And I was also interested in organizing events. I used to organize beauty contests, actually. I used to get sponsors from Ellerines to give prizes as fridges and beds. And I was short. I mean, I was in standard 5. And every time I would walk into a store and speak to the salespeople, they would always ask me, what are you looking for? And I want to speak to the manager. And they would ask me, and I would get away with it, and I would finally get a moment with the manager and speak to the manager. And I even had a youth club, actually, in Tennyson. At that age, I spoke to Spoornet, or it's Transnet, and they had a redundant residential place for people, and it was redundant. There was nobody there, so I organized with them that how about we use this as a youth center where dancers can practice, boxers can do boxing there, and. So my interest in arts comes from that age to me now discovering that actually this miming that I'm doing and imitating Boys to Men, I can actually sing. And I started there, and I started singing, and I started winning competitions at school, and pop stars. Actually, pop stars, honestly speaking, I felt like pop stars was a kids' competition. Because at that time, Sweetie would attest to that, because he was there. I was doing serious stuff, man. I was performing at jazz festivals with professors like Noel Stockton, and I'm not even trained in jazz, but I have a very sharp ear when it comes to music. And I used to perform with them. I remember the biggest thing I've ever done in my life was perform with the Bloemfontein Symphony Orchestra at St. Duplessis, and I was still a kid, you know? And so when Popstars came, I thought, this is a child's competition. And that lady who was registering, registering people, said, why don't you just enter for fun? Because I took my cousin there, T, where she's somewhere around here. And I entered, and I kept saying to the judges, just put me in the group, because I don't have competition here. And people say it was arrogant. I was just joking, because I knew everybody in the room at that time. And it was quite amazing to actually go through the journey now after winning the competition of going to record an album overseas in Sil's studio, and experiencing and learning how to speak at an interview, conduct myself in the music industry, and the business acumen of it thereof. And it was exciting. And then 999 happened. I joined Arthur Stable.
You've lived, eh?
Yes. I will call it a big mistake, but a very fruitful one.
How so?
I feel Arthur really exploited me, but I also learned a lot from it. I learned a lot because 999 has its own studio, so I learned to produce music at that studio. I learned by seeing me dropping from pop stars to going broke and having no car and going back home to Virginia. I learned that actually my biggest mistake was not reading my contract, number one, and not knowing my rights in terms of my intellectual property when it comes to contracts and deeds of assignments. And all of that was self-taught again because I had to go through it to learn it. And going home and being broke and people laughing at me, this guy was in pop stars, look at him now, he's in a taxi, you know? I had to learn a lot from that, and when I gathered my strength and came back to the industry, I knew exactly what to do. That is why I'm not signed to a record label. I'm an independent artist, and I'm not commercial. I would never place myself in brand value according to commercial rules now, like a Vusinova, for instance. But I'm one of the most consistent artists in this country, and I will not waver on that. And it was because of my lessons that I learned in a very hard way. And I just want to say, I was never, ever, 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 ever given money by government to become who I am. And I appreciate that because it would have made me a spoiled child if that was the case. So I wake up in the morning and I know that I need to do something to be able to pay my bills. And I am where we are today because I felt like maybe I need to pass this on to everyone in the room, right, to say we're not here because we have been done a favor. We're here because we're all artists and we're all fighting to put out our work out there. And the only way to do this is by perfecting our skill and learning the right channels to place our art and our talent so that we can commercialize it.
And just on that, because for those of you who may not be aware, Press is one of the people behind us being here today. So you put all of this together, right? You have learned several lessons in this 20 years plus that you've been around. In putting this event together, this summit, what was the intention and the objective?
The intention to putting together this event was to get artists together in one room from different disciplines and have this dialogue and have it intensely, close up about the industry in the Free State, the state of the industry in the Free State, what needs to be done, how does the government support us, not provide for us, support us, and how do we collaborate as artists in the game? I mean, if there's someone who does visual arts and can paint me and I have 57,000 followers on Instagram, I'm a marketing channel for you. So you can paint a portrait of me and I'll post it and I'll try and push it on my streaming line so you get to market yourself. If there's a guy who creates beautiful clothes like Chili Bite over there, I met him today and I already want him to make clothes for me. How do I wear his clothes every time when I go to interviews and put him on a platform? There are talented vocalists in here. How do I take an unknown artist and just feature them on a verse and be proud to say one day this is a Free State an artist who was not discovered? I am part of their success. I'm a catalyst in that. So this summit is about that. For me, I felt like when Itumeleng and Toba, Fly Vocals, approached me and said, Emona, there was a dialogue with arts and culture, and we are proposing a summit, and we would like government to support us. I said, let's extend it. Let's do a summit and let's do master classes. Let's bring people who can pour knowledge into the talent of Free State. And this is how this baby was born.
And do you think the journey would have been different for an artist such as yourself if vehicles such as this, platforms such as this one, today were available then?
Most definitely. Most definitely. If I had spoken to a Samro representative 26 years ago, I'd probably be one of the richest artists in the country. If I had spoken to SM Shali 26 years ago, I'd probably have a video production or a film production company, because for me, all these things are intertwined. We are all one in the same fabric, just different threads of it. So I feel like if this platform was available 26 years ago, wow, I'd be a guru right now.
I'm glad you mentioned Samro, because we're supposed to have someone from Samro. Karabo, I think you're here already. Oh, there's Karabo, if you can join us here, because we have some questions for you as well later. Karabo Sinna is with Samro. We'll talk about music rights with him as well during this hour, but I want to move on to you, sweetie. Kaya, I mentioned Kaya. I mean, it did not get any bigger than Kaya in terms of Free State artists, right? And what's interesting with you guys was, we spoke to Sam and Press, they left the Free State at a point to pursue greener pastures, but Kaya was rooted in the Free State almost throughout. Was that deliberate?
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, just before I even get to answer the question, I wanted to take this opportunity to, congratulate 2.1 for crying out loud. They won the best record of the year and the best music video of the year. And they're from here in Velcom, I thought I should mention that. The reason why I'm mentioning that program director, I happen to have won an award as Kaya. We were in Johannesburg, like you're rightfully saying, when we were nominated, or after we released our first album, we were in Johannesburg, we're based there. And then we released an album, it's getting, serious attention. We are being nominated actually twice for the best newcomer and the best Afropop. In fact, Ntando beat us up on the best Afropop because he was with TS Record. And they were like happening at the time. And then we scooped the best newcomer award. So obviously, being an artist from the Free State, winning the award, nationally, you're thinking, when you get home, it's going to be crazy. Everybody's going to be happy and be very proud of you. And then you come back home, it's like nobody even noticed that, you won an award, Not that you are expecting them to, fall when they see you, but at least that sort of, support, recognition, encouragement, you're doing well. So that's why I'm congratulating 2.1, to say, congratulations to them. They've done extremely well. It's not easy to win an award. It's not a child's play. You work very hard to win an award. Yes, Kaya was born, all of us, the band members, we were born in Bloom. And then we decided to form a group. We actually did a couple of genres because we were slightly confused, because we would go sing at the funeral, a gospel song. And then, the religious world will go crazy about us. The next thing, we are at your birthday, we're singing, other songs, and then the people would love us there. And then the other day, we're at the club, we're doing some sort of a house, So we're slightly confused on which style exactly to do, because we thought because of you are a singer, and then you are talented, you can just sing anything because you've got a voice. And then until we did a demo, and then we had to distribute our demo to record companies in Johannesburg. And then I remember at the time, Bongo Muffin was big, TKZ was huge, and then we went to, what's the name of this record company, where they signed TKZ, I forgot the name. And then we went there to drop our demo. And then they gave us a call to say, and our demo had different genres as well. We had a gospel song, we had an Afro-pop song, we had a Kwaito song, and so forth. And then they called us, and then they say, guys, and it was huge to be called by a record company after you have submitted a demo, because they don't call you. It's like you drop something, they're like, don't call us, we'll call you. So when they called it was like a huge thing for us.
Because they get so many demos,
They get
right,
so
on
many
any given
demos,
day.
you know, and then we're like, wow, guys, we made it. And then we get there, and then the whole, you know, executive of the company, we're like, yo, this is happening. You know, we're going to become stars. And then they're like, guys, okay, we were listening to your demo. We kind of like what you are doing, but we don't know what style are you singing. And then we are there thinking, no way, we're going to lose these executives. We're going to tell them we sing everything. Just in case they want whatever they want, we can do it. Because we were scared if we say quiet, they're going to say, sorry, we don't need you. If we say Afro-pop, you know. And then they told us, no, guys, we can't sign if you sing everything. You have to fall into a certain genre. That's why there's some awards for a certain genre and so forth. Fortunately, one of the ladies, they loved one of the songs that we did as a demo called Kunzima.
Oh, we all loved that song. We remember that song. Who here is old enough to remember Kunzima? Let me see. Where are they? The 90s babies. My 80s. Legai.
It's actually 2000. It's actually
Because that
2000,
song...
2005.
Let me explain the Kunzima thing. If you were not around at the time, I remember you would walk down any street in the Bloemfontein CBD, and that song would be playing. It was so big that if you're at the taxi rank, there'd be multiple vehicles playing it at the same time. And it was you. And I remember when it came out, people didn't even believe that you were actually guys from down the road in Bloem.
It was actually very awesome. We were very excited about the attention we got.
Did it surprise you?
Not really. Of course, you do think that you are talented, but you're not sure in terms of until you are, you know, until somebody says something or giving you something, you know, because of your talent. Only then you feel like, okay, because somebody said it, you are happening. But we were not that surprised. We knew this is something that we want. We knew that we are good. We knew we have to do something about this talent, you know. That's why we didn't want to like just sit at home. The organizers also, they've asked me to also share the state of the industry in the Free State. But I'll do that later. I just quickly want to just, you know, share just the background. And then the record company did not sign us in Johannesburg.
The guys who gave you the advice?
Yes, irrespective of the demo that they liked. They were like, you know, you guys go back and think what you want to do and then come back to us. We came back to Bloem. So I also want to encourage artists on this one. Please, especially those who do music. I heard my brother speaking about jazz. He feels like jazz is dying and so forth, and jazz is not dying. You know, it's not dying. So we came back and then we decided to do Afro-pop. We started to recording a demo of Afro-pop. But now we don't have the money to go to Johannesburg. We did not go to the department to ask for the money to go to Joburg. We went back to our routine. Go sing in the clubs. If my brother is in Bloem, is throwing a party, go there and sing. Obviously, it's going to have important guests. Somebody will spot us there. If Sis Candy is doing a fashion show, let's go there and ask to perform. Somebody will see us there. And then until we meet Twasa, you know, Twasa from the CDFM, and then Twasa was like, no, man, guys, I like what you are doing. Do you mind to do a jingle for me? And then we went back and we did a jingle for Twasa. That jingle was very huge. You know, at the time, she was doing an afternoon drive. And then she's like, no, guys, people love this jingle that you've done. Where are you recording? So we're working with this white guy in Bloem in a place called Nordhoek. So we told him there's this white guy that we're working with. We can take you to his studio. And then Twasa came to the guy's studio. And then she's like, I want to do an album. She's telling this white guy, I want you to record me. I want to do an album. However, I want you to work with these two black guys. I want them to be co-producers of this album because you're white, I'm scared you might take my sound a bit different. And then we worked on Twasa's album. And then I also want to say this, at the time, I was very skinny, very smelly, you know, it's not like, you know, everything was easy.
Humble beginnings.
Humble beginnings, you know. No, we worked on Twasa's album, we finished it, and then CCPMI signed her. And then CCP was like, no, man. Oh, these guys, who did your album? And then Twasa had to introduce us now to CCPMI. And then we gave CCPMI our demo Now, this is an opportunity that was presented to us. We give CCPMI our demo, and then they take our demo, they leave. They came to Bloem all the way to see us. And then they leave with the demo back to Johannesburg. The next thing we get a call, guys, Brenda Fassie is crazy about Kunze. You know, do you mind to give Brenda Fassie this song? Think about it. Hey guys, this is actually our hit. We can't give Brenda Fassie this song, you know. We are betting on this song. How about we write Brenda Fassie a song? You know, and then we tell him, this is after Brenda has released Mkobozi and Noma Kanjani and so forth. So we tell them, we would like to write a song for Brenda instead. And then they allowed us to write a song for Brenda. So now we're starting to become, you know, too confident. We're like, can we produce Brenda Fassie?
Okay.
You know?
You're like, we're here, so let's take every opportunity.
And then we were told, no, you guys can't
Relax.
handle Brenda. You cannot handle Brenda. For us to get an album from Brenda, it takes us to do a lot of things. Brenda, she's like a diva, you know. She leaves the sessions. The only person who's able to work with Brenda is Chico, Athama Fokate, or Kalawa. Anybody else, Brenda is giving them a problem. So we just wrote a song for Brenda Fassie, and then Brenda took a song. Actually, that song is on her second last album. You know, the song was huge. It was produced by, what's his name, Blondie.
Which song was this?
It was called Nginjenji. You know, but we were not happy with the production because we felt like, you know, we're fresh, we can give Brenda a new sound, but because of the way we were told we cannot handle Brenda in the studio, so somebody else has to produce the song. So fast forward, the next thing we are nominated at the Metro FM Awards, and then, you know, we are big. Our song is playing at Metro FM, Kaya FM, YFM, you name it. You know, we are superstars. We are touring with Abosbu and so forth from TS Records, and then we go to the Metro FM Awards, and then we win the award, and then we are happy, and we come back home. You know,
Silence.
You know, that's why I'm happy with what the guys have done to create this summit, you know, so that, you know, people and artists can be acknowledged.
So from that experience, was there ever a temptation to leave the Free State, to basically go base yourselves in Johannesburg? Because A, that is where majority or the core of the industry is, and as you were saying, you came back from winning a massive award at the Metros, but when you got home, it didn't seem to matter much to the people around.
Yes, you know, actually, that was the biggest mistake that we've made in terms of coming back home to settle. You know, we could have stayed in Joburg, and some saying the organizers have asked me to share the state of the industry in the Free State. You know, we also want to, like my brother is saying, to advise in terms of, you know, the Free State doesn't necessarily have an industry. You know, because when you are in Joburg, you perform, you get booking from ABSA, you get booking from a private sector, you get booking from Coca-Cola, you know, unlike in the Free State. Overwhelmed. The reality of the matter in the Free State, the industry for musicians is government. There's not a lot of private companies that are hosting events. We are relying on your Makufe, we are relying on your Cherry Festival, which are government sponsored.
And they happen once a year.
Once a year. We are relying on government outreach programs. We are relying on government when they want to communicate a certain message to the community. They must have artists. But the truth of the matter, there's no industry in the Free State. You know, the industry is in Johannesburg, not because of, you know, people are not nice or whatever the case. That's the reality. The dynamics of the provinces are not the same. You know, hence I'm saying in Johannesburg, you get bookings from a lot of private sector. When we're staying in Joburg, we did a lot of private sector. We'll only do government once in a blue moon. You know. But the mistake that we did was to come back home, to think, hey guys, you know, let's do this at home.
Do you regret coming back?
You know, and the ship started to sink.
Do you regret coming back?
Of course I do. Of course I do regret. Not I regret to be from Bloem or from the Free State, but because of the dynamics of the industry. I mean, in Johannesburg, you are spoiled with media houses. You know, in Bloemfontein or in the Free State, the only big media house is Lesedi FM. And then if you've done an interview at Lesedi FM on Monday, you are done for that month, if not for that 6 months. You know, they're going to feel like we can't only give you interviews. We've got other artists that we must give interviews. I mean, for crying out loud, there's more than 25,000 artists in the Free State. You know, for the Department of Arts and Culture to only focus on Kaya, or for the department to only, or for the CDFM to only interview Kaya. So in Johannesburg, there's Kaya FM, there's Y, there's this, you know, you are spoiled. They don't care whether you did one in the morning. They can give you. And another thing that happens in Johannesburg was, if DJ Spoo did not make it, or Makatsi did not make it, she's not able to go to an interview in the afternoon. They call you. They ask you, Kaya, are you available? We're supposed to have Makatsi. There's an opportunity of an interview. You just go there into an interview. But there's nothing like that in the Free State. So, hence I'm saying I will share a bit about that, the state of the industry in the Free State.
Okay, well,
so that the artists can understand. And I do feel them with this entitlement to want to feel like, you know, the department owes us, you know, why they gave that one, like for an example, why they supported press more than they support that one. And then also on that one, it's not a good attitude for artists that we must have to say why a department is sponsoring whoever instead of whoever. It's not an easy thing, because if you are in that position, would you like it if other artists complain about you to say why you, not the other person? You know, there's a controversial thing I like to say about, you know, you remember, you know Tebo Moloi?
Yes.
The gospel artist. Tebo Moloi, with the previous administration, apparently he was performing everywhere. And then some of the artists will want to have a problem with that. I would say to them, no, guys, this is not Tebo Moloi's fault. It's just being an artist. A certain leader decided he loves his music. Maybe before he speaks, you know, Tebo encourages him. Put yourself in that position. How would you feel if the MEC of Sports, Arts and Culture decide to tour with one of the artists here? And I raise my hand and say, no, it's not fair. And the music industry, guys, is competitive. I say it's not everybody's cup of tea. It's competitive. You have to do something. I have to beat 2.1. I have to beat, you know, there's Bondo now, you know. There's a guy called Bondo. He's doing very well. You need to find out now that Bondo is around with your old style. What do? You know. But I can't say when Bondo is booked, why are they booking Bondo? So that's the problem that we have as the Free State artist. And with the workshops as well. Guys, you can't, I mean, this thing of we don't want other artists from other areas. Please, guys, don't do that. If you want to grow as an artist, you don't think like that. Can you imagine my brother over there? But the actors, we don't want him. He's from Botshabelo, and we only want to work with the actors from Johannesburg. Can you imagine in America, when they say we don't want Trevor Noah, we don't want Black Coffee? Can you imagine, how are we going to grow if we have that mentality? You know, how are we going to grow if we don't want to be integrated with our national or an international artist? We're not going to grow. For crying out loud, when you take out your CV or your profile, you do mention I've shared a stage with Black Coffee. That speaks a lot about you as an artist. But this thing about our regionalizer or to keep, you know, in your township, it's not going to work. You're not going to grow. Just imagine we say, okay, dulang le perform alejweli putso. We don't want to see you in the Free State. I mean in Mangaung. Dulang le perform alejweli putso. We don't want to see you in Johannesburg. That's not the attitude, guys. Please, please, this is a competitive business. You must write a good song. You must try to promote yourself. You must try to find innovative ways to make yourself to happen. Take advantage of social media. You know, there are artists who blow up in the social media on TikTok. Scarwena, when you are not happening and want to, you know, speak bad about the next artist who's happening because he's getting gigs or whatever the case. Or if 2.1 is happening now, it is their turn. Let 2.1 perform each and every event if they're getting bookings because they've got a good song. What are you saying? No, too much got 2.1. We can't say that. Go back to your drawing board and try to find a way to come up with a song that will compete with 2.1 or beat 2.1. I hope I'm not didn't skip.
Oh no! You didn't skip. You didn't skip anything. In fact, I think everyone appreciated that. I want to move away from the music for a moment and talk about fashion. Bring you in, Candy, because you are based in Welkom, or you're from Welkom, and you've taken on fashion. Is it any easier than what the actors and the musicians have found in trying to grow their brands?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to be part of this today. I'm Candy, as you've said. I grew up in Bronville, Ward 11. I stayed in Welkom most of my life, started my career here in Welkom. I just have to take you back to where this all started, where my love for fashion started. Growing up, I realized that, I can just take any skirt of my mom or whatever I get into my hands and just create something for myself as a kid. Because as I was growing up, you didn't have much, so you just created, to look fashionable every day, just whatever. And my mom later on started working for the Department of Health. She was a community worker in Bronville. So luckily with that is she had this machines that sewing machine that she carried home every day and then take it back to the library or the clinic where she was working from. And when she leaves the machines at home, I will steal them and start making my own things. Up until the day she found out I got a hiding, but I still didn't stop stealing the machines. So I just went on with doing that, and she realized later on that this child really actually has a skill. Then she started borrowing me the machine, and now I started getting customers, making, I think I was just getting into high school at that time, which was in Bronville, Welkom Secondary School, where I matriculated. And I just had a lot of customers that I was making clothes for in church, at school. When I was standard 9, that time we called grade 11 standard 9, and the principal of the school gave me a contract to make a school uniform during December holidays for the school. Yes. I then made, I think it was close to 500 school skirts for that December holidays, and I employed 2 aunties to assist me to complete that order. So I realized during that time when I was busy with the order, I needed a overlocker because I only had the machine from my mom's work. And my dad at that time went to Russell's and applied on credit for a overlocker, got me the overlocker, and we worked. January, I delivered my order, the school paid me, and I now had a little bit of income, paid off the machine, started taking my business a little bit more serious with regards to fashion. After matric, I then didn't have the funds to go study. I started working at the bank here in Welkom. Then there was an opportunity in the Vista local newspaper to say, in the article, they were looking for somebody that wants to study fashion, and I applied. But it was not through government or anything. It was an older couple who paid for their child to go study, and the child decided to go for something else. And I then phoned the older couple. I motivated, asked them, can I please come and see you? I really need to go study. This is for me. They didn't want to see me, but because I'm so persistent, they gave me the opportunity, went to see them. They then awarded me with the fashion bursary. Went to Pretoria, still did my own, continued with my own business, just to have food every day. That very well the first year. The second year, I was now on my own because fashion design is 2 years. The second year, I was on my own, and I decided, no, man, I can't quit the first year. I have to go for my second year. So I decided to organize a fashion show. Had a very big fashion show, sold out here in the theater here in Welkom. And I made money to actually put down a deposit for my second year. So the second year, I managed to pay for myself with my hands and finished my fashion design course. Came back to Valcom, continued with my business, but then realized that, you know, the business is going very slow because I didn't have the skill now of collecting money. So people were owing me money from all over the place.
And you didn't know how to say, hey, you need to pay
I
me.
can make clothes, but I don't know how to collect that money. Anyway, I then fast forward, I started working again at the same bank because they also wanted me back. So I had my business, working at the bank, then later on moved to Bloemfontein. Still did the same, furthered my corporate career because now I was climbing the ladder in corporate to where I ended up at Vodacom, still continuing my business. 2016, 15 actually, I started taking my fashion business very seriously. I then thought of, I don't like to become the next David Lally or Palesa. I want to take whatever I've learned, give children the opportunity to become fashion designers, give them the skill, but also take it a little bit a step further, introduce them to the world.
And that's how you ended up with the academy and your teaching.
Then I actually started with Free State Fashion Week. That was 2016, the first time Free State Fashion Week. Took my own money, started because people only believe you when you start something, not when you have a proposal. So I was not funded at all the first, second, third year. I was not having any support, but I did Fashion Week because now I used my salary to fund this Fashion Week. 2016, I started the Free State Fashion Hub, which is now a fashion school accredited, and I'm the only black-owned fashion school in the Free State that's teaching close to 50 to 80 students every year, and I see some of my students that finished with us here in the audience. But we teach kids for 2 years to actually, from when you are done with matric, to further your career in fashion. We teach you from illustration, which is how to draw if you can't draw. We teach you how to use a machine, how to use the pattern. Because I also struggled with business after studying, I then added a business course because with Vodacom, they forced me to go to school, and I did my MBA with Vodacom. But then I left Vodacom, started my own business.
Right.
So now I'm using that skill of corporate to give my students the business studies, and I have other lecturers who is giving, you know, the other stuff.
And I want us to go into that, Candy, because you mentioned that some of your students are here. We're going to open up in a moment, in fact, for the panel so that you guys can ask the very practical questions that you have about how you want to go about everything. We're going to hear, in fact, we also have someone who's worked quite extensively when you think of the South African Music Awards. We're going to talk about SAMRO and music rights, etc. But you may have also noticed that in the last few moments, we've had someone else join us. A lot of you were talking earlier about how you want collaboration and assistance from government in the Free State. And I'm very pleased to say that we do have among us this afternoon the leader of government in the Free State, the Premier of the Free State Province, Mr. Mxolisi Tugwana, who's among us. A very good afternoon to you, sir. Welcome. I appreciate that you run quite a tight schedule, and this is one of many stops that you still have to make today, but I think everyone in the room would appreciate it if they could hear from you as artists in the Free State who want to take it from not just being something they do in their homes, in their immediate community, but grow it into a big enough economy to sustain, in fact, the province itself. Over to you, sir. I think you can use this one. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to say this by telling stories. I'm going to tell about 3 stories. One story relates to a when the people are not ready for a change, what then happens? This is a story that happened practically, the real story. Way back in 2009, in the province of the Free State, I was in the Department of Dystia, and we looked at what was happening in the province and the attitude that was prevailing and the perception or perceptions that people had about the Free State, and we needed to change that. We then decided to look at what we had that other provinces did not have. And one thing that we realized we had, besides the people, was that the fiber optic cables, the undersea cables that were connecting Africa both from the east and from the west, all of them were running through the Free State into Gauteng. And because of the endowment of the broadband infrastructure in Gauteng, the termination point, they turned into a termination point, as opposed to what these would have done to the Free State in terms of changing the landscape economically of the province. We then took advantage in the Zilfontein in the Western Cape. You had so many other fiber optic cables, the undersea cables that were connecting West Africa and West Europe and coming into South Africa. And that was giving South Africa so much advantage in terms of the digital economy and many other economies that we are speaking about as we are looking at the century that we were in. We then also you're talking here of the S83 that actually is used for telecom and many others, WACS, Africa Connecting Europe, all of them were running through the Free State, running through N1. But if you look at where it starts, the N1 in the Free State up until where it ends, the border of Free State and Gauteng, throughout that long stretch, you don't have anything, even the data center in the province, and yet we've got this infrastructure that is rich that could have turned things around. We then looked at the other side. In the east, you have from Mtunzini, you have Seacom and Easy. And if you look at just to illustrate what this could do, look at Kenya. Kenya with Seacom, able to build and produce millionaires, almost every year, and young for that matter, taking advantage of the infrastructure that is available. So we set out to come up with something that will grow the economy of the province. And we realized that in the department also, we were having gatekeepers, your senior management, etc. So we were not ready for the change. And we had people lower there, like your deputy director, assistant directors, others were just managers, but were quite qualified and were eager, and they had the desire to make a difference. So I brought those together and came up with a beautiful plan that was supported by a big company. There are two companies in the world that actually run the economy of the world. And one of these companies took interest in what we presented. We went to Kentucky and at the headquarters of this company, and when we were presenting, it was almost a 20-minute presentation selling the Free State and the concept that we had. And this company, just when we were 7-8 minutes into our presentation, stopped us. And because we knew that as you were selling this, we needed to take people just listen to you the first 3 minutes and they lose interest. So everything that we wanted to present, we had put it there in the first 3, 4, 5 minutes. And when they stopped us, we knew that we had done what we needed to do, but we were quite concerned what could be the result. They excused themselves and they came back. That was in 2009, 2010. Then they came back to us and said, look, we're prepared to fund this idea. We believe in this idea. We will give you a grant of 2.9 billion US dollars at that time to go and build this. All that we want you to have our name here because we've got an interest in growing into Africa and looking at the market. We would also build our headquarters there. We're excited coming back to South Africa, presented this matter, but well, the province was not ready. The executive council was not ready. This was an idea of building a new city, a new city that will look into the new economy, that will present many opportunities for South Africa, taking into consideration the Free State. And that idea with the 2.9 billion rand as a grant, working with National Treasury, with Reserve Bank, that idea was just killed because we were told, you are dreamers, and Lebo Joseph are the dreamer. This will not happen in the Free State. As a story of people not ready to receive change, and people believing that they were too small to really make any change. Put that aside and come back to that. Then there is a story of a fox and the tiger. The wanderer, ends up getting into the forest in the process of wandering around, and then he noticed a fox that had a leg, severely damaged, but it was well fed, and wanted to understand how could this be in the wilderness. When you are weak, you become, at the lowest level of the food chain, and you'll be devoured by others. And he became very interested in searching exactly what was keeping this animal well fed. And observing this, he saw a tiger coming in and holding a catch which the tiger had devoured, but some pieces left. And then he dropped this piece next to where this fox was hiding itself, and left. And this fox was, it was clear, the tiger was clear of, the fox would go out to get this and enjoy the meal for the night. And it happened, this man observed, wanted to know maybe this is a mistake. I ran ahead and observed and realized that it was happening just at, regular intervals. And then thinking to himself is that, I'm just a wanderer, and I hope this is how God provides for those who are less fortunate. And like he has provided for the fox, he will provide for me. And he went on to stay just next to a tree and just protected himself and made sure that he would not be attacked, and waited and waited and waited. And God did not provide. And on the third day, when he was really starving and very thirsty, he heard a voice saying, stop being foolish and thinking like a fox. Do what the tiger is doing. Pack that story. The third one. A wise man walking with his student, walking to a village. And in this village, this wise man realized that when they walk into a house, that poverty was written all over. And these people had a cow that they were milking, and they were living from this cow. You realize that these people had so much potential, but they were very comfortable. And when he left, asked, how do you live when I can see that you're far from town and all this? And these people they said, proudly, this is what keeps us going, the cow. We milk it, and from whatever we have, we do things, we eat, and then from there we produce cheese, and we sell it all over. And that's how we live. And then satisfied with what he got, he left. And as they were walking with the student, the wise man said to and then it was night. He then says to his student, go back and just push that cow down the cliff. And the student was, why should I do such a cruel thing? And the master says, do what I instruct you to do. He went, he pushed the only cow that was the source of income for this family down the cliff, and it died. And he left, and after a few years, this was troubling him. He could not stay, with this feeling anymore. He decided to visit the village. And when he got to the village, he realized where there was a house of these poor people, there was a lot that was going on. There was some life. Now everything was okay, and a beautiful house, children very happy, and he wanted to know, a passerby. Last time he was here, there was a small house. What happened to this house here? And this says, no, there's the same family that is staying here. Their lives changed. And then he got inside, and they recognized him as soon as he got in. And then he wanted to know what happened. What happened to your life? What changed this? And then they said, no, we had an unfortunate incident. Our only source of life was, fell down the cliff and it died. And from there we realized that we had so much in us that we can actually produce others and do things for ourselves. And we went out, and that actually took us away from only focusing on what the cow was giving us, but we had more. Why am I telling all these three stories? This is the story of the Free State. This is the story that many of you, that all these stories are telling our lives in the Free State. We are a province that is so imbued with so much, but we are a province that has so many people who do not believe in themselves. There are so many of us do not believe that we can do things. We're not ready for the change. And when that change comes, we find excuses. We do everything to make sure that it doesn't happen. This is a challenge that we have. And last year, I think, or early this year, yeah, it's early this year, we met with many of the people in the creative sector here in VUKA. It was myself and the MEC, and they raised their frustrations. They were not happy. And then they felt that they needed to do something. And in the discussions that ensued, they came up with the idea that let's call all the creative industry workers or the industry sector people and have a summit. And from that summit, we will engage, and we will then come up with what we think we need the Free State government to help us do, so that we can actually contribute positively in the economy of this province while growing ourselves. So we agreed that we would have this summit. And unfortunately, it took us too long. It was at a time when there were also some discussions about Makufe. And there were so many things that were happening. And as a province, as a government, I must say I take full responsibility of everything that happened there. Because I'm the one also who said, look, we're not going to go on with Makufe the way Makufe was going. There was a reason why we had Makufe. Makufe needed to create an opportunity for all the people in the Free State, unearth the talent, and make sure, bring up that talent, polish it, And once you have this talent, showcase this talent, bring other people from all over South Africa to come and celebrate the talent that you have, and also introduce this talent to the world. That was the intention of Makufe. But it turned a different corner. It turned to be something else. And we felt that we needed to stop it from going where it was going and dealing with what we have. While agreeing with Sweetie here, that this is a competitive environment. But as a parent, as a father, in a house, in a family, you need to create an opportunity for your own children to be able to be strong, to face the world outside. So you need to build an ecosystem that allows for your own children to be able to feel confident that they can go out and conquer the world, and knowing exactly that their roots are anchored properly, knowing exactly that I have a family that I can go back to whenever there are challenges. And that family needed to be the Free State government. That family needed to be, that parent needed to be the Free State government, creating an environment that is conducive for this industry to grow. That we do not have to have our artists in whatever form waiting for Makufe to come for them to have a living. What do I do? What would I do with the 15,000 that you give me in Makufe, and you're going to give me 15,000 next year, and then I have to wait for 15,000 again the following year? That is not living. That is surviving. And West, we can't survive for 15,000 for a year. And we needed to do something. And I'm just saying, as listening to Sweetie, that if you look at what KZN did, KZN, you need to learn there are some shortcomings, but there was something good that is coming out of that. They sat down and said, this is what we are going to do with our artists, with our creative people. We'll give them the support that they need. We would allow them to grow here and not allow them to go to Gauteng or any other place, for them to grow. Let's build this. And that is why you would have, whether you've got Durban July activity, etc., you would have them dictating what happens, while they will have other people coming, but they would be looking at how to grow the economy of the KZN, especially around the creative industry. So we're saying in the Free State, we can't just allow this situation to go on when we've got so many young people who are gifted, so many young people who can actually use their skills, their gifts to change lives and send a message of hope out there. But if we kill, the creative people have a very interesting makeup. If you kill them inside, you block that, and they are more frustrated. They will not be able to get into their creative self, and that will not help them become the best that they could be. So as government, we needed to come in and say, how can we hold your hand? How can we create an atmosphere, an environment that is very conducive for you to be able to showcase your skills, to showcase the talent that you have, to be able to create more and more of this creative or this creativity that we are involved in. With that in mind, we know that we will become an innovative hub in South Africa. So we're not going to run around, and I know change is difficult, but when you deal with change, there's going to be resistance. So the question is, do you become a fox, waiting for things to happen or to be brought to you, or you become a tiger and you make things happen, even for those who are less fortunate. And these are some of the issues that I thought, and I strongly believe that this summit can achieve. I'm one person who does not believe in many people making a change. I strongly believe that a few people committed, dedicated, and serious and visionary can make a change. All others will follow when they see that we're serious about this. And this is very important to me. I know that there's so much opposition to this happening. I've read through the media so many negativity, and people were too quick to rush and criticize this. But it comes from a good heart. It comes from good intentions. And that is why I will stand by this. I will support this and make sure that we push through this so that at the end of it, we know exactly how to support this industry. Look, this is meant to say to you, we can't do things, we can't pretend that we know what you want. We can't pretend that we know how we can assist you. If we don't do this summit, if we do not come up with good ideas and come to government and say, this is what we want you to help us, we're going to be sitting there. Imagine, I've never acted, I'm not a singer at all, I can't write anything, I have no talent in any of what you guys have, and then decide what is good for this industry. That's not going to work. So I want you to take it from the point that we are here as a provincial government. Amidst the resistance, we will push through. This is one thing that I'm going to make sure that it happens throughout, and make sure that we finalize and come up with proposals that would help government next year. When we make our commitment, we know exactly in the state of the provincial state, when we make that announcement, we should be knowing exactly how we're going to assist this industry, what we need to do, what resources we need to put aside. And for instance, in government, we have identified a number of things that are key to us, and that is food security, energy security, water security, and skills development, and the creative industries. These are our priority for us to grow the province and make it a different province altogether. Why did I mention the first story? When you do not have visionary leaders, when you do not have people who can see beyond what we think it's, what we see here, and you look beyond these limitations. When you are in the valley, the only thing that you see will be the walls of the mountains in the valley where you are, and you think you have seen it all, only to find your eyes are limited because of what you see. But once you go to the mountain top, there is so much that you can see beyond your imagination, and this is what we want. We do not want to be limited by the walls of the mountain in the valley that we're not able to see beyond that. So I ask of you that instead of losing hope, know that it is only those with good intentions, those who are committed to doing good, would actually be pioneers of the change that we want. You are the change that we have been waiting for. You can either, you've got two choices here: waste this opportunity and go on in the comfort entse le leng ho yona. Or shake this and get out of the comfort. And this would be killing this cow that was giving you milk, for you to realize there's so much that we can achieve outside there. So it is not orating ha motho e mong, it is only when you unlock the full potential in you, knowing exactly you've got the support of government, as a parent, as a father, as a mother, that you can fly and be the best version of yourself as the creative industry in the province. I think that is all that we wanted to say to you. We are fully behind this, and whoever is against this is not going to succeed. I can assure you that. Once I put my mind into doing something, I go for it. And in this case, I don't think that we were wrong as the Executive Council to come to the conclusion that we need our creative industry to be shaken out of, whether you say ke comfort, ka boring, ke ditaba tseo re nahanang hore we can't have stories tsa hore bana ba rona in the province would have to go to Gauteng, ba dule nako e telele ba sa fumane ba robala dinthong tse ding hore ba succeed, when we can actually make things happen in the province. So to those who have become pioneers, who have made it, we really appreciate you. We have not demonstrated that. You did that without the support, your government, without somebody holding you, and but you nevertheless you succeeded, and we really appreciate you. And that is why we, when you were called to come and share your experiences, we know that you are imparting some skills and helping these young, and ambitious people with the skills that they need to know. One thing that I still regret, I think you know the story of Ronaldo. When Ronaldo anatloa Manchester United, aya Real Madrid. If Ronaldo anatloa Manchester atla either Chiefs, Sundowns or Pirates, ha fitla tsatsi a fitlang ka lona ka weekend o nona le game ya Real Madrid. Even if it Chiefs o twa o fit una lo bapala, but ha fitla Real Madrid ha bapala first game a le teng a le fit, he did not play. The second game ha twa bapetse. You know why? They felt that they needed kaofela what they did. They took him for Hotseba Timika Botalo. After educating him about the laws and the tax laws and all the laws of the country, they then taught him the laws and took him through the laws. What are the do's and don'ts that Real Madrid, and then they explained to him the culture of Real Madrid, and they took him Holoba spectator before he became a player, to understand the feeling of the spectators. And then they brought him Oba reserve Atodula lady player Simona Bon, and then he became a player. So I'm just saying, if you check Oruna, what we do, rebilele talent, a talented thing at a hand. But if ever re kgonne manage di talente tseno, re kgonne o fana ka thuto e hlokahalang, most of these talents, e kebe ke ra bua ka batho ba bang be re look at them, ho etsahalang ka bona. We had a player on Nabapala Sundowns, I won't mention his name. Inere ha Sundowns Bapal. We will be watching Sundowns play. And after the game, 2 or so hours, the Mona Sakhaida Salimona Velcom. Hey my gosh. Most of them are so happy. because the issue, Mutuna Hagatwa or what that does to his body. The rugby players they need to rebake by a through process to some healer. Because if I can what he runs the risk of collapse his internal organs kabakala intensity and so they've got to grow through and also pump the carbohydrates to help their body to recover. And you look at the players that are on soccer throughout, especially here. Because we're not taking them through and helping them, they will lose so much talent. So I'm saying if we rated in Tokatilena Pahete, we will actually be able to do well as a country, as a people, and the talent Leona, we would actually we are talented as South Africans, we are talented as black people. But in Idafela rebel talent and then there's so much energy in destroying anything. But in building something, it takes those who are brave, those who are committed. So anything to sabotage this, it's an easy task. Ya cowardice, well, Untori, it would have been easy for government. Sabotage, you know what government would have done? Switch it off, call it off. Call it off. We just call it off. And whenever you come and say, this is, we want to have, we will ask you, we'll take you back and say, but we demonstrated we're not ready. So up until we are ready, we will then come to you. We will help you. So this attitude I choose, but if rega tusana ragara sebeta more, rega yeta dinto tedi alarm from Rona. Over government, your government works against itself. Government they actually work against them happening because banale seo bona ba batlang se achieve. And these are some of the things that confront them. When you're supposed to lead the process here in Twina, and then over a stumbling block, and then those who are there, basa battling change. Don't stop it. Allow it to grow. You can join the train, I say move. So don't stop it because it's a problem. It's not good. It has to be me before I get it. Why so we are serious as government after start. It's fine. Freestata can build a strong economy. We have so much rich culture. We have demonstrated. Look at Celtics. Celtics team, aina team mare. Supporters that day. Di meeting, the supporters. We're making it very difficult for government to ignore that. That is why we're going to do everything to make sure that Rebali team, Celtics, couple Celtics back in the province, and many other teams. So we're going to do that as government. So I'm just saying we have demonstrated that. And I was telling in that day, Khatumona Ore, Kibile victim ya story says Amupebe. Bostotu Maronaro Hola, Gieta Metric, Obile Moto, Nasa Itiganela Handle, Nakhota. In the process, Yabongwana, Avampa Hot Club, Bejukutis Aralena, o na le mogolonyana go nna ka dilemo jwale be sentse ke mo sebetsa ka speed ganti that victory ya ka short lived e le ke botluwe kguthi motho ena ne re ke nanne gore ke itebetse ke utlwe fela ke betswa ke ntho ka trata ka eng ka mokokotlong ka mona ka phafa and a le lebelo e tla ra o betsa mokokotlong ha o matha wena ke re when the reaction a motho a fita o betsa ka mokokotlong ha o ye motinya o a matha o mathele kwana yena ba matha a fitile ha a fitla emamane a ba letsa nthwane ya mophebe ya tlhotsitseng tsa ona ka sehlooho e ka kgona ho phela and I hated that ha qala ella mane be ke tseba ya shapua re mamela ka radio and these are some of the things tse batho ba bangata ba sa tsebeng hore when we tell our stories o sheba what Nigeria has done ka Nollywood o ka e biwa ka tsela e etsang ka teng. I'm just saying many of us aba phetseng nakonyana would know hore ene le ke ibu le bana ba banyenyana nyana ba ne ba rekisa dintho tsa bona mo strate. Now you go and check, that is it's a multi-billion industry in Nigeria. E entse menyetla ya mesebetsi in Nigeria. Nollywood is the second employer after government, not even into oil. The employer batho ba bangata and produces 30 millionaires in dollars like Nollywood. So I'm saying you undermine the creative industry at your peril as government and as society. So it is through the telling of our stories, whether it's through music, whether gautaka, kadiaparo, ka fashion, you name it, we're telling our stories, we're telling who we are. And these are some of the things that we should not ignore, and we should take pride in dealing with it. I always see my brothers and sisters, but I'm just saying, we're hungry ho consumer dintho tse produciwang ke ditšhaba tse ding ra ba proud ka ho producer dintho rona tse re di consumer, then re tla bona tswelopele ya rona re apara dintho tsena mabitswana kaofela when we have our own brothers and sisters ba leng di fashion designers and creators etc. Re batla ho sheba di portrait le dintho tse ding when we've got our own artists ba producer dintho tse all right. And you know, was told of a story sa motho na taka bona o tla bo to taka hampe ba re ke mang Rasta but ntwe mnate ya story sa Rasta ntwe mnate ya story sa Rasta ke a hore o bontshitse bohlale ba hae ka ntho tsena because ona le dintho tse wena o bona e ka re motho na tsa di etsang ke ding. But when somebody a bontsha hore look at this, and I will say wahlanya ke mosebetsi wa Rasta o are yes this is this, and say but why would this man a etse ye and yet a producer ye, and then ke be ke bona hore bohlale ba motho ka nako engwe ya hore we marketa jwa ke yona ntho rona re sa elelweng re le batho o bo tlo discover mamra hore this tells you about the mind ya motho ena, and ke motho e ke mo respectileng from hole, and now ke bile le monyeta hore ke tlo share platform le lona, and I really respect you. Ke ne ke sa tsebile tse ke ner Rasta o da o se ja di and you know what you're doing. Ke a leboha holo man, I really thank you le lona kaofela. I know this lady very well, the tenacity high. You know, if there is one person who every time I have some difficulties, hey, there's accommodation, short even we destroy this lady. Sometimes we would go out of her way to help, and I think these are some of the things that we need to stop and help people.
a motho a bontsha ntho tseno, don't take advantage. And I'm just saying to all of you, le re thusitse, and I'm happy that you agreed to be part and trainer. And you should not be faced by the few people you see. Ke bao ba ready to conquer, and these are the people who will be the pioneers. So what the Free State is going to be like. Ke a leboha.
Let's give our thanks once again to the Free State Premier, Mr. Mxolisi Tukwana. So there is a willingness, it is clear, from government to work together with the creative arts industry in taking things forward, building an industry that sustains not just the performers, the entrepreneurs within the entertainment space, but the province as a whole. Keeping an eye on the time, so we've got about 45 minutes or so, and we're going to use that time, in fact, to give you the opportunity to ask your questions. I promised this would happen earlier. We are fortunate enough to have, for example, for those of you who are interested in television, in acting, in storytelling, we've got Sam Shale, who we spoke to earlier. Sam is a producer. He's currently on Scheme Sam. We've got a legend in our midst, one of the very best to have done it, in fact, from the Free State, Dr. Khotsong Khatho. Welcome, Dad. We're grateful for your time. We still have Rasta as well. The Premier is still sticking around, I believe, as much as you can. A few more minutes with the Premier. And Candy, I mean, even the Premier is aware of your tenacity and just how hard you've pushed within the fashion space in the Free State. So for those of you who are interested in the textiles industry, this is the woman to speak to today. And then I want to bring in two more people, in fact, who've come in during this conversation. For those of you with an interest in music, we've got Mr. Refilwe Ramokgase, the South African Music Awards. We spoke about Kaya earlier and how they won a Metro and what a big moment that was for the Free State. But here's someone who knows what goes into staging a great music event, but also making great music itself. And then music comes with the back end, the business end. We were talking earlier about, Press was telling us about how much money he could have made if he'd had a session such as this, where he heard from far more experienced professionals in the business. And that is why we've got today Mr. Karabo Senna, who's with SAMRO, the Music Rights Organization. Thank you, sir, for joining us. What we can do then, with a show of hands, we'll take them in batches of 4, just so that we don't get lost along the conversation. I see your hand, sir. You'll start with you. 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll answer those 4 questions, and then we'll come and pick it up with you, Put. Where is the microphone? Let's see. Let's start with the gentleman over there, and then right behind him in the stripes. Can I ask that when you ask your question, you stand up, you introduce yourself, and then keep it brief but to the point. Okay, that microphone is not working. Let's see if Otlakona projector, can we hear you from there? How loud can you speak about? Hold on. I'm going to make a plan for you. I'm going to walk down and bring you a mic. Can you hear me on this one? Okay, we've got another one. That's cool. So let's do this. That mic will stay in that section, and then we'll keep another on for this side of the room, just so we move things along.
Ke rata dumedisa mopremi wa rona and the special guests who have attended this program. Ke ka lebitso ke nna Serame Phakisi ho hla mona motseng wa Welcome, and I'm the part of the Free State Disability Performing Art. I would like to ke ba lebohe ka opportunity ba la re fa yona as a disability sector in Lejoloputswa. We must come and show up our talent as we are the people who are living with disability artists. Premier, through you, Ketapele, and Hakina Mansoma Telele, Ntoreto Kopa Kore, Kaleba to disability, Kahara Free State, we have been not recognized. Why Kichuchi? The event they had Kara Free State, but they are some of the few artists they consider one, but disability artists, we are not being included. Get an example like Machabe, they have been doing the program, they have been doing the program, but never including disability people to come and perform so that they can show their abilities. Because we are not people who are living with disability. We are people who are having also an ability. Look, now we would like to the event halal so that we can be included. Kiratole bua Osdora, kiratole bua Tate Chabalala in this team from Free State Performing Art. Kamunyata obe lemba yeta kara le officer Tate Chabalala HOD ya sports ka opportunity by lemba yeta yaore. Literally put so that they can be the part and the parcel to come and show up their talent. I was also an actor. Ki like actor le khotong khatso ko moving wa Destiny the movie. Ko Velko. Then the talented tse ngata di a kollwa ka ga hence ke re di talented tse ngata di a kollwa ka hara motswa Free State for people with disability, and hona le batho ba bang le bona ba ratang hore ba ntshe di talented tsa bona, but they don't get that opportunity. As I submit. Thank you.
Okay. Due to the sensitivity around your time, Premier, I don't know if you'd want to respond to that. I suppose what I'm getting from that is, even in our planning and growing the entertainment sector in the Free State, it has to be inclusive, beyond just gender, maybe even race, but also an awareness and a sensitivity to people who are living with disabilities.
I think shortly, that is why we're here. That is why we're having this summit, so that we can actually get all other views and know how are we going to make sure that you don't feel excluded. And the most important thing is, how do you build an ecosystem that would protect everybody and allow every one of you to shine. So, Negere fella, this is what we will do. This will come from what you guys are going to be doing in this summit.
Thank you very much for that, Premier. Sir, at the back in the hat, yes, with the stripes.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Thomas Malevato. I'm from Kutuanong Odindal's Race, Block 5. Now that the Premier, I have just a few questions. Sports as culture and recreation. A long time ago, Hononal Art Festival. Which is in a retusa holo, particularly theatre practitioners, ready link to National Arts Festival. Honongua the theatre productions. 5555 for the district in general quality, they say dia di lo representa province National Arts Festival. No, it's too difficult for some of us go National Art Festival. Ke batla ho tseba hore na MEC o ka thusana jwale office ya Premier hore ntwe jwale e khutle so that re tsebe hore ha re ya Grahamstown re na le support ene re isa di productions tsena le quality ha wa Grahamstown e sindi production e fela. Ke a pele. Point number 2, hona le issue ya professional development and semi professional. Question ya ka ke re tseba jwang hore Thomas Malebato is a theatre practitioner o fola under development kapa o fola under semi professional kapa o fola under professional. Ena le confusion e ngata ha re tla nthong ya Makufe na isale ke ya tsamaya ho tloa 2014 ke sa qala qeta ho graduate theatre school. Isale ke performa ka studio 2 ke ntse ke patala same amount up until today. No ke tswa Kenya, ke tswa ho emela country ya rona Kenya, ke tswa ho emela Machabeng ko Kenya International Theatre Festival. Ke ne ke isitse show mo ko Kenya. A ona thuso e re fumane, but I'm happy and I'm proud to re kgonne ya Kenya re isa show ya rona. And show ya rona ya ratuwa hape, ba re kopile re kgutlele hape next year. Engwe hape ke tlo e kopa ho MEC ya rona le Premier ya rona, ke a kopa hle. E ka re ha re etsa plan, re dula re etsa plan ya hore re dula re aha di-sports fela. Ha o ka tsamaya makeisheneng ohle mo dula le indoor sports center, mara ha o bone theatre. We need theatre ka hara makeishene a rona, please. Re kopa re haelwe di-theatres ka hara makeishene a rona, re tswa sekolong, batho ba bangata re graduatile, we know how to run a theatre. We know those things. Re aheleng theatre ka hara makeishene a rona. Ya o qetela gore di-art centre tsa rona ha di function properly. Re kopa hore ka hara di-art centers tsa rona re lekeng ho thusana go bona hore di-art centre tsa rona di rana properly. And then e nngwe hape e ke boneng batho ba e etsa Kenya kwana, di-artists tsa Kenya di etsa ba convertile di-old buildings ba di etsa di-theatre. Ke ntho re ka e etsang eo. Re ka nka building e abandoned like nna ke re etsetsa Marobe Center K4 ke pleke e abandoned e tloelletsweng e le jwalo, so ke re etsetsa mo ha pula ena le weather ga ile mpe a ke kgone ho re etsa. But if we can take building e jwalo re thusana, re kenya di-light, re kenya sound, re etsa theatre, re converter, then hona le something e re ka buang ka yona e positive. But ha re ske ra di buang fela mona summit ntho tsa mofuta o jwalo, ke kopa hore MEC ya rona re mo tshwara ka letso, re elena re building ena ra e kopa le wena premier building ena re kopa re fuwe re convertele into a theatre e ka re thusa haholo ntho mofuta o jwalo.
Okay.
Ya o qetela ke kwala.
Is it the last one?
Yeah, this is the last
one. The other
one.
one was also your last.
The last one ke ya ha se ke ra shebang only le fapeng a holo. Hona na isale ke fundiwa ke National Lottery le bo Arts Council. A soka ke fundiwa ke lefapa next. Isale ke hira batho tloa 2019 ke ba patala. Many of them ke ba developile ka mona ke ntho ya bo Lotto le bo National Arts Council. So nna ntho ke kopa ha motho ana le fundi le lefapha le lona ha le ke le kenye letso la e se ka chelete, but ha le ke la kenya letso mohlomong le re tlo thusa ka transport, re tlo thusa ka o printer di-keeper or anything. Ke a leboha. Thank you.
Thank you. We had two hands here. Sir in the cap, I see you. Let's give you a chance and then we'll come back to you, ma'am, on this side. I've noted the two hands. I'm going to give these two over here an opportunity. You go, sir.
Okay. Akile West Bagasena. Kele wale bohle ba le ma organizer msebetsi wa letsatsi la kajeno. Ai ha ke tlo mtelela holo mara nna ke my brother man. Brother Samet me mat skim Sam.
Oh Sam.
Ntotsa ka di o di pedi fela. Mara se dipotso before ke tla mo ke ne ke re fela ha ke re ke a lebo ke ntho fela go tloa ka presentation ya Somezi o fihlela ho Sweetie from ona ntho tse ding tse nanang ke di krepile tse re nanang batho ba di krepe. Ona mo buang ka look for a gap, ona mo buang ka grab the opportunity. Ke re fela re ske ra dinka sample. So na ene ke kopa ho wena ntate mara e seng nna specifically nkana ga engwe specifically e tla directly le nna ke ntho ho hola character ke tla hlalosa bane e ke botsetsang baneng beso kaofela ka mo bona le mono bua ka behind the scenes ho lena lightning mohlomong sound ka morao mane ntho hore na go hlokala re lo e balla sekolong ka ba ka ya story se seng ga fihla ga elena behind the scenes na e hloka re lo e balla ka ba ka e balla because le nna ke ready hore ke batla ke hole ke tloe ka pla camera ke batla ho tla behind the scenes. Okay, ho toboketsa o duma ntho e ke buang batswadi ba ka mo ke dente ke mona ke bua ka the character o ka ntate maqengwana ntate maqengwana o na ntho na qeta e bua ka kgola o tswile mona ha ntse re okay ke taba go batho ba tsebe hore tlo e summarize fela ha ntse re bua ka ntle ka manana na mareng bana be se ka etsang ka ga ke tsebe jeki o na right way off mara my people bona ba understand hore why ona right way off. If you go check ke motho ya tsebang the background hore jeki from history ya gangsterism o la palama wheelchair jeki o re le hlole be siyo antle ke taba gangsterism before TV bitho ba ntse ba ka TV so ke re nthonya ho hola ha o ka lo sheba ntho tsa ka from ka the advert ya bo popile bo spinach ya holat ntho ne ya hore premier o ibuile da the sweet bile hore why re batla ho holela ka hara like ke lo tsona di fela ka ga Free State tate Sweet o e buile man. So ena ngopotsa fela hore ke a hopola club ke sport wena ke sportwa ke Popeye ona tla ga uti mare a tlo shebella show e itseng. So ke mane mo ke ileng ka thola monyetla ona wa hore ke be ha ke qala ka TV ne ke qala ka that advert. So that selekwe ka movie wa Paleo mona mona ntate Kgotsong Kgatho ka qala le movie wa bobedi ya bolinga show ya balinga show ni Black Dog sa mara se fela dingata mara ha o ka sheba those characters hantle ha ona mo ke seng squeta teng ha di bua ka ho hola ha ona mo ke seng squeta mona Paleo ke bola ntate Kgotsong Kgatho mane ke nkela batho tšhelete le nga show ni re tsaka tšhelete so ha ba se bone batho bana go a so re ntwene kana lona ke ya bokweta go ba e criminal ke na le tse ding tse ileng go nga etsa swale ke tlo go romela di clip because ha ke re ke ya bodi ke o etsa audition ya bo bogoti ka panthong ba o thiba ditloa so ba e bone so premier ka ba mogoti ka bana ba tshoya ke lefileng ha ke re ke manya ka nyolohela ntabeng ya Jehova ya neng a ka dula sehalalelong sa hae ya matsoa sena molato wa pelo e hlokileng ka sainehelang leshano so ne ke re mat ke tlo sendela clip fela e seng bokweteng wa bona o go e fela o di producers because se go tlile wena o producer maybe o ka gona gore o liftele kae ke hlae ke le nthong tlelo hlaka ka bokelemo o tloa mo batswadi ba ka ne ke re for mnyetla ona nna ke le buile bana beso a ke nana re tla tswa sa tshwasa kaofela
Thank you.
ona le nthong re tla tlang re tshwasitse dango
just on that, if I can bring you into the conversation, Pilu Fita Somizuna about taking an opportunity, right? And what we've just seen now is just that someone who not only stood up and gave feedback, but took an opportunity. I would like you to speak to the importance of that, but also as someone in the entertainment space, especially in this province, how do you see prospects for the future and how do we get to a better place for all who are invested in entertainment? No, and then I'll ask you to respond, Sam, as well.
Thank you. Afternoon all. Fortunately, but let me just, for a background, in the South, at some then I didn't realize Tuba Yetam was a drama, you know. He was wearing prison uniform and chain behind his bed. And I wondered, what's going on with this guy? They are parading him as if, you know, I felt pity for him. But I wasn't aware that it was acting. I only realized after, when he came to me without the prison uniform. And I said, he introduced himself to me and we talked. And then from there I said, Ben, I would like to see him. I invited him for an interview while I was doing a radio drama. I was a producer at the city. So I invited him. That's when I knew him. And again, on Paleo, he killed me, but I'm still alive, JK. Thank you so much. Yes, in fact, how can you Bobolo or anywhere, without certain player maybe got injured, and then they said, no, you can't replace him, and you take that chance. You move on, you are Kenabo and the house in now. I just wanted to say something about, I didn't want to, but I feel compelled to say something about what I saw on Facebook. You know, sometimes we as artists, we get angry, very angry. We get depressed. And then I'm going to tell you the truth now. Some of you saw what I wrote the other day on Facebook. and I threatened to commit suicide. Some of you saw that. And I was blaming everyone. Not so long ago. It could be last month or so. And then I sat down. I sat down. It was a very tense moment for me. And I went to my bedroom, I knelt down and prayed. And then after that, everything was fine. And people were just calling me and saying, don't do that and do, and then I just ignored the calls. But you know what? We get so angry at everything that we sometimes don't give ourselves a chance to reason. You don't. So after blaming anybody from the Premier office and the MEC's office, somebody came to me and said, why are you fighting like this? I said, no, you didn't give me my money. No, I'm not a fool. Because I'm old now, you want to make me stupid? No, I won't allow that. And then they said, please, Tatenkhatu, just come down and go to the bank and just try, take your card and just try and see whether there's some money that is deposited there. I went there, and you know what? They had long deposited my money. The one I was crying about and threatening to commit suicide about. It was there, but I didn't give myself a chance to think properly. So I'm just saying this, and I'm just saying the truth, because it was there in the Premier's office, in the MEC's office, and I'm saying, I'm sorry. I apologize for that outburst. I apologize. I know it's very difficult to apologize, but I do. Now, I want us as Free Staters, I'm begging to realize that Free State is not a Bantustan. It is not. We had Bantustan long ago during apartheid era, but Bantustans do not exist anymore. I worked almost for many years in Johannesburg, and I stayed in Soweto, in Meadowlands, Zone 1 and Zone 2 and Mufolo. I met some of the people, like one brother who was here, but I didn't see him, who was here. I met him in Mufolo, and then his mother was a friend. They didn't say to me, hey, yeah, Free Starter and but what I'm saying is, we must guard against this thing, maybe we can compartment. We must guard. That is tantamount to tribalism. I don't want to repeat what Sweetie said about this thing, okay, it's fine. We must learn from other people. We must learn from them, but not depend on them. But we must always remember democracy. Democracy. If I'm just saying, I'm not, I keep willing manga pamanga pakiri in kaparuna freestyle nix. But it's a big fella get a chance. nna ne ke tlo botsa ngwana ba na le teng mona gore choreography man Sarafina o kgona jwang ya jwang moo because I nna ke itse. So no matter where you come from, but I can learn something from where na untswa anywhere. That thing knowledge yo ke nkileng where ke tlo e sebedisa mona hona lapeng mona Free State. And then na lu inyatsa too much re le batho ba Free State e ra rata olwana e ra rata olwantshana man e ra rata squabbles gore ha se ba fela squabbles how se ba fela ke dintwa fela ke dintwa fela ha re ka nka dintwa tseo ra di etsa hore e be opportunity ya o builder wa bona the way we are so furious and the way re lwanang ka teng ha re nka that strength ya o lwantshana ra e sebedisa ho ahana then re tlo bona re hlotse dintwa tse ngata and ntho engwe hape ke batlang o e ama fela tate ke ya ngwaneso mane re mpa fela nako engwe rona re se accredited kapa re sa tsebe ho etsa jwang ke ntho man ha ne ke le radio because ne ke sebetsa ke thuswa ke radio ne ke etsa di-workshop hohle ke a gola le ona a send ne ke tsamaya ke ba bolella mo tsebo ena ya tshwanela ho fihla ho nna ke le mo ho dula ho nna ke tlamehile ke ise out there so di-workshop tse ke di entseng di ngata and then ha ke tloa ka nako ke santse ke na le production company nga ke Babata Productions. I used to travel go the Free State ke etsa di-workshop tsa script writing le yona film but unfortunately bono jwale ha ke sa na tjhelete and then ke utlwa bohloko ha ke utlwa ditaba tse kang tsena so maybe Premier le MEC le ka sheba hona le batho ba bangata ba ka etsa di-workshop and then nna ke batla ho nka monyetla because recently hona le One Free State TV was launched and there's a gap there. I see a gap there. There are no dramas. So if we can sit down, write those stories, and we go there, then what over the series. It's not only for Free State, but because One Free State is 264. Yeah, so I saw it about Free State fair. It's national. So instead of complaining a whole, how should I say this script like this? How should I say? Voilà, les complaining là. Voilà, on va dire comment tout à bout de la rata complain d'abord. On peut script ça how? On peut so. No, I don't feel chance to bring me No, you don't give me the chance. Just give me your script. I don't have. That's our problem. So, Banabesu, I would like to encourage you to embrace one another, and because you are so great. It's a very good pack of siki ya kwa lilibaki nyenzingat. Ke mutoto ka lona ka Free State. There is so much talent here. So stop fighting. Use that talent. Thank you, Daddy.
Thank you very much, Ndadon Katu. Premier, I know that you had said you were going to be staying with us for a few minutes. If you do need to leave, we understand, and we are grateful for you having been here, and we hope that there will be other opportunities where perhaps with more time you'll be able to engage directly with the arts industry in the Free State. We're still going to continue the conversation, and there will be another opportunity, like I was saying, to have perhaps similar summits in other parts of the Free State. There were hands that were up earlier with questions, 2 hands here. We're going to come to you guys in a moment, but I do want to turn to the music side. I've noted those 2 hands, Abuti in the suit and you. I want to talk to you. Karabo, let's start with you, actually, Samro, because Ndade Khozo mentioned something very important in talking about the Free State channel that's now gone out live, right? He spoke about producing scripts and getting that work commissioned. But a lot of that needs to, especially when you look at music and publishing, needs to be an avenue to make money. How do people in this province get there?
Okay. Dumelang. Lebitso la ka ke Karabo Senna. So I'm from Samro. So I think some of you may not be aware as to what Samro is, but essentially Samro is the South African Music Rights Organization. So simplistically, can I ask this before I start? How many of you think are in the business of the entertainment industry or music, and how many of you think you are just entertaining people? How many of you are in the business part of music? You can lift up your hand. I just want to see the business part. So does it mean that the rest of you maybe something else? Okay. So guys, firstly, the challenge that we often experience, before I explain what Samro, how it sits in the music industry, is that a lot of people think that they are actually in the business part of music. But if I ask you, where do you focus your time? You will notice that your time is normally focused on trying to be famous or popular, but not understanding how the money actually flows in the business of music, right? So what I want to touch on is just a small segment as to how does money actually flow, because that's the most important part when you're in business. Business doesn't mean that when you walk into a room, we know who you are. That's not what it means. You may be a nobody, but at the end of the day, you are the person making the most money. To put it simply, taking your example, the people that generate the most money in Samro. So if I say somebody is making, let's say, R1 million in royalties, it is not the people that you know. It is not your Casper Nyovest. It is not your Maporisa. It is not those people. It is the people that create something that we call production music, right? So music, there's 2 parts. So essentially there is what we call commercial music, which is what we listen to in radio. And then there is music that we call, normally we'll call it mood music. So on TV, on radio, background music, the stuff that nobody actually really cares about. If you really think about it, which music actually plays the most? It is production music, because every time the news comes on, there's a song that plays. Every time Scheme Sam or anything comes on, there is a headline song or the opening song and a closing. And in between, for you to feel something, you need music. Think about it. At no point do you watch TV and an emotion is only driven by the visual. Mostly the emotion is driven by the sound that goes with the visual. All of that, by the way, is licensed. So if you didn't know that, that's the most important part that you need to learn. Every single part of music, nothing is free, technically. So the way music functions is that there's something that we normally call copyright. But copyright in itself is broken up into an assortment of various rights. But I just want to focus on mainly 4 rights that copyright is broken down to. And then you'll see where everything, how it's structured, and hopefully you will see where the business side leans to. Firstly, there is something that we call copyright in the recording. So when you hear artists talk about a master, what they're actually saying, they're talking about copyright in the recording, right? And then you have something that we call copyright in the composition. So what we are talking about there is people that actually write music. Do we have music writers here? People that actually write. I'm talking about writing lyrics or writing a composition. When you create a beat, guys that say, no, guys, the beat, whatever beat it is for whatever song, right? That's where the journey starts. You need to try as much as possible to learn how to create what it is that somebody else will sell. because there's a royalty linked to that. So for anybody that writes lyrics, right, you could be writing a poem is converted, it's still lyrics. You could write a beat means that you are making a beat. That is seen as part of music. That is part of what we call copyrighting the composition. That is where SAMRO comes in, because for all the creators of music, every time your song is used on radio, TV, on even live music, on what we call VOD, being Netflix, Amazon, and the likes, and also DSP services like iTunes and Spotify, and then also what we call UGC, user-generated content like Facebook, Twitter, and TikTok. There is a license that goes to that. That is where your royalties come from. So people often hear us talk about royalties, but it means that firstly you need to create something, and then afterwards we can go out there and make sure that you get the royalty linked to that. So SAMRO operates under what we call copyrighting the composition. There are mainly two rights there. I'll be short with it, but it's mainly what we call copyright in the a performing right that sits under copyrighting the composition. So this is people that write music. If I write music or I create a beat, there are two rights: copyright, that is a performing right, and then something that we call a mechanical right. A performing right simply means every time your music is used in public, this is TV, radio, Spotify, like I've said. A mechanical right is every time your music is reproduced. So every time somebody takes your music, we all accept they're not using the original. It is every time it's reproduced, right? It means the people that created that music get a royalty from it. It's licensed. But then, obviously, somebody has to perform the music. Sometimes I can write a song and give it to somebody else to sing, right? Which is a business in its own. There are people, guys, that only focus on writing songs, and that's what they're good at. They don't care about singing the song. So for those people, they will earn from, the master, which is copyrighting the recording. So there, mainly, we talk about needle time. And the other one is Rev from RISA, where it's linked to music videos. But needle time is essentially for people that sing or perform the song. So all I can say to you is, from a music side, for you to start earning money, besides performance, the challenge is, anytime you speak predominantly, especially to black people, the first thing they will tell you is, no, about like gig, right? That it's almost like we are conditioned to only think of that one stream of income. But there's multiple streams. So the multiple streams are, you could essentially earn royalties from SAMRO, from Capasso, from SAMPRA, and from RISA. After that, there's something that we call a sync, meaning this is anytime somebody takes your music. I heard somebody talk about an advert, somewhere, to say your music is put on an advert. Anytime that happens, there's a separate license that needs to be negotiated for that. So these are the main ones before we even talk about merchandising. But these are the main types of royalties that, in a sense, can generate, sort of what we call passive income. So for me, I would like, obviously when we engage, I know Refilo is going to touch on certain points, it's mainly to say, besides what is the norm, because people like focusing on the norm. Guys, there is a big world out there. And all the people that you see that are so-called, famous, that's 200 people that you can think of. That's only a fraction of the music industry. There's billions behind the music industry. Ask yourself where the money is going. When we looked at the overall music industry, from a royalties perspective only, across the world, it is based on 10 billion euros, right? South Africa alone, when we look at royalties, it's based on 80 million euros. So where is your share in that? And if you're not getting that share, what are you doing for you to try and get into that game? So the nice thing about that, you don't have to leave necessarily, Free State or go anywhere. Your music will travel for you. I think the modern day world has created that avenue to say that I don't have to be in New York, but somebody can listen to my song in New York. But the problem is, often we think too small. The pitch is always to somebody in Free State. Guys, let me tell you something. People in Free State have got a lot of you. They see it every day, so they don't see why they have to pay for it, for the most part. You go to a lot of places, the challenge often is, why do I have to pay for it? That is why you'll ask money from government, right? Because for the most part, yes, somebody's not willing to pay for it, and therefore you say, hey, government, pay me. So we want to try and elevate ourselves to such a point where we create products that obviously you can market or monetize, not just Free State, not just Gauteng, not just South Africa, but throughout the world. Because if you plug something on an advert, and your advert is on YouTube or elsewhere, in the world, you can monetize from the music there. You can plug your music on a certain sitcom. You can monetize it for 5, 6, 10 years when you are still sitting at home. So those are the things that I hope we can discuss, and you can learn more from that.
And just on that, so let's say I've written this song, I've put together or composed a beat. At what point does it bring or have monetary value?
Yeah. So the simplest way to understand this is you need to make sure that your beat is used, right? Nobody pays you for nothing. Guys, the real world doesn't give you anything for nothing, right? So your song needs to be used by somebody. Now, how do I plug it? Because that's often the problem. How do I make sure that my song is used by somebody? I think, firstly, I think, Refilo, you do music supervision, right?
I do.
Yeah, okay, cool. So that's your first plug there. So he'll explain to you what music supervision is. Let me not explain that part. But essentially, you need to make sure that your music is used in something productive. It's either TV, advert, radio, something commercial. In that way, somebody is able to license it and you are able to earn a royalty. But the simplest way I often advise people to say, how do you find people like Refilwe, right? I know that's not the only thing that he does, but how do you find a music supervisor? Try looking at, series or movies differently. Start looking at, the credits.
Yeah.
Who is actually a music supervisor? Start following those people. There is no point in following an artist or some other person, but you're not learning anything. Follow the music supervisors. The smart guys, that's what they do. You don't go and follow the most famous person that is just gonna like your tweet because you said something positive about them, right? But it's not gonna feed you, I can assure you. So the only thing that you need to focus on is follow the guys that are music supervisors, create, separates of your music, plug your music, and send it to them, share it with them. Hey, this is what I do, this is my sound. And you never know where that can take you. So I would encourage, that's the best way to actually try and reach out.
I want to bring you in then, Mr. Ramkhasa, into the conversation. You do a lot in the music space, and you've had quite some time here just listening to some of the questions and some of the conversation around the music industry among the people of the Free State. What have you picked up, and what should we be doing?
Okay, so let's start by thanking VUKA Arts for having us here and for convening this gathering. I think it's important to be able to sit on platforms like this and share whatever little bit of knowledge we've gained over the years with others so that at least we can grow this industry. Listening to everything being spoken about, I can't help but keep going back to the Mzansi Golden Economy Policy document and thinking to myself, what a profoundly great policy position. And the thing I lament the most is that that policy position continues to be under-implemented. If you look at just the policy, if you look at that policy document, it talks to a number of things that have been talked to today. You're talking about, let's start with the Cultural Observatory. Cultural Observatory is supposed to be a data collection and dissemination hub, which is supposed to be able to quantify the size of the industry, the value of the industry, etc. To date, and I think most notably, even in a project I was recently involved in,
is in the absence or in a vacuum of information, numbers get utilized in ways that actually boggle the mind, because quite frankly, when you consider the value that those, at least of us in the know, property such as, for example, the South African Music Awards can bring to any one economy. We were having a conversation about essentially a fraction of the value that something like that was going to bring into a specific province, to a very detrimental effect in terms of something that was quite critical to the industry. So there's that. There is, from that very same Mzansi Golden Economy, you're talking about investment, commitment to investment in cultural events and a number of various other elements that would actually then help spark municipalities and communities of interest in provinces such as these. And increasingly, as I watch over the last 10 years, I'm seeing less and less of a focus on intentional investment in the arts. And this is not just by government, and this is not in any way a criticism on government. Yes, it's a shrinking economy, but even from the private sector, you are seeing a reversal of investment in what is arguably one of the largest sectors in terms of practitioners in the country. So for starters, it's really about being able to understand exactly what is happening in this province and how it can be capacitated. I mean, you look at a platform like this today. Just consider for a second all the things that are happening. There is a venue that is benefiting from this thing happening. So there is somebody who is earning an income by virtue of having infrastructure where we can sit. They are camera people. They are who are operating cameras so that we can have this conversation. They are people who are live streaming this. So there is a downstream benefit to broadcasters. There's a downstream benefit to networks. There are practitioners that are sitting here who are being compensated for their time. That's one summit with 500 people in it. So it's just really important to understand that. And I think as I've been sitting here, it's all good and well to say, yes, we're here and we want to hear from you as an industry. But I think that in the consultation around the Mzansi Golden Economy, that consultation has happened. And I think that the real gap here is in how do we implement on these incredible policy positions that we have in the country. That would be my first observation.
Okay, so we've got about 20 minutes to go, so I want us to squeeze in as much from everyone here as possible and from you guys. I had noted questions, but I see the two guys who had questions have left, so I'll take you, Buti. And then, any other takers? Any other questions? Oh, there's a hand at the back, so we'll take you, sir. Sir at the back, and then there's a hand over there, two hands. Okay, cool. Let's start with you.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Fix Ngwaba. I'm a gospel artist. I've just recently released my gospel album early in January. And then I also registered it with Samro in Feb. The question is, how do I know that my music was played maybe in a radio? Because sometimes we have, for example, SABC, it is Tobela FM, Motsweding, Lesedi FM, Umhlobo. How do I know that my music was played in Umhlobo and then? Because whereas I'm listening to 5 FM, I'm just making a practical example. How do I know that my music was played there? And then second question is that, how do I know that Samro is not cheating me in terms of royalties? I'm just asking.
So two questions, right? Let's start with how do we know Samro is not cheating him, and then we'll talk about being able to monitor the use of his music.
Yeah. So simply, the way royalties are paid, we rely predominantly on the radio station or the TV station providing us with what we call usage, right? So they will tell us how often they've played your song. And let me tell you how we calculate, and Rifilo will touch on other things, but let me tell you how we calculate that rate so you know technically, like, how do I know if you're robbing me or not? imagine Lesedi FM pays a license of 10 million rands. And then afterwards, we ask Lesedi FM, how much music have you used? And this is everything, commercial and production music. And then let's say, for this example, it's 10 million seconds of music. What we do, we divide 10 million rands by 10 million seconds of music, and then we get to what we call a unit rate. A unit rate in this instance will be 1 rand. So that means for every single second of your music, we'll multiply it by 1 rand. And that happens for everyone, whether if you are a big star or you or whoever, and we might not even know, you might be an up and coming, but everybody is treated the same because of that formula. So that happens, it's not just Samro, pretty much all societies do the same thing. And that's how you know. The only thing you need to pay attention to as much as possible is to make sure that, yes, what is being reported is correct and it will be in your statement, but there's other ways you can look as to, who's using your music where, right? And in different platforms, because now it's not just radio, right? There's an assortment of platforms.
And maybe just to add to that before I go into other things as well, is that obviously he's simplified it, but not every spin is equal. A spin on Umhlobo is going to have a very different unit rate than a community station. With that said, in terms of how you can self-monitor, there are tools that exist on the internet, and some that you need to pay for, some that you don't need to pay for. Things such as Radio Monitor, for example, if you're speaking specifically to monitoring of your spins on radio, is a very, very good, useful way to be able to look at it. So go and look out for a tool called Radio Monitor. It is the de facto #1 platform to monitor radio spins, not just in South Africa, but across the world. But if I take a step back, it also then becomes important for us, and this is a workshop on its own, of how you submit your music, the importance of ISRC, both on the master side as well as on the publishing side. So it's important that if you don't, for example, put the right name of your song, the right name of you as an artist, the right ISRC code there, you sit in a suspense account. And Karabo, how large is your suspense account now?
600 million.
Yeah, 600 million rands worth of unclaimed money.
Easy.
Which, by the way, prescribes after how many years?
3 years.
So after 3 years, what then becomes of your money becomes essentially a pool of money that gets reinvested into SAMRO's operations, amongst other things, because you didn't put your details down for you to then be compensed. So it becomes important that you understand these things and you understand how they work, because they will be quite critical to how it is you will collect money. Following on from that point is that radio is but one. Yes, it's important, but increasingly it is no longer the main sense or the mainstream or pillar of revenue. Just to give you a sense of the industry today in numbers, and I'm going to talk from the master recording side, and perhaps just for the purposes of everybody in this room. Remember, Karabo started talking about a number of rights. The easiest way to think about it is as follows. There's 2 generations of rights that everything stems from. There is what we call publishing rights, which he talked to, and that's what SAMRO controls. That's the songwriters, as well as the producers and the composers. The reproduction rights then sit under what we refer to as a master right. That is typically controlled by recording labels, who essentially then have the recording industry of South Africa as their mother body. And those rights, again, there's places where it gets a bit gray, insofar as needle time is collected by both, essentially, sides of the coin, because there is a recording chamber and then there's also a songwriter's chamber, specifically where this is concerned. Again, it gets complicated, and without getting lost in the detail, there's those 2 sets of rights. And when you are then considering those sets of rights, on the master recording side alone, you're considering kind of your mechanical rights that he referred to, which essentially, so if you spend 10 rand on a recording, let's say a recording is 10 rands, 6 points, depending on whether it is a physical release or it is a digital release. If it's a physical release, 6.67% of every, so what's that in rands? 6.67.
Yeah, 66 cents.
66 cents. No,
or 6 rands. Yeah,
6 rands, shall we
Let's
call
say
it?
6 rands, yeah.
No, it's 66
cents.
66 cents, 67 cents of that will then be broken out and we'll say, okay, Tembegile was a producer in that song and he owns 50% of that. Karabo was a songwriter and he owned the other 50%. And for each one of those reproductions, that money is parked and paid at the point of reproduction. So in other words, the moment that CD gets reproduced, in other words, when I make a copy of it, 6.76% is due. On the digital side, that becomes 10%. And that's essentially the rule of thumb in terms of how those will work. That, when you consider, and when I now start to break out these numbers, is that like the global industry right now is a $26.2 billion industry. It's 8th year of consecutive growth. This past year alone, 9% growth. South Africa is the fastest growing streaming region, or one of the fastest growing streaming regions when you look at the year, the half year report for Luminate, which is a data gathering report. It formerly used to be called Nielsen, and Nielsen has become Luminate. Their half year report for 2023, we are talking about South Africa only second to Asia at a rate of growth for streaming of 83% versus Asia's 107%. LATAM is sitting at 70%. So streaming increasingly, I think it constitutes something around the region of 70% of all revenue in recorded music globally. And I think South Africa lags at about 66%, but we are forecast to grow and become 71% of that revenue by 2027 as per the PwC report. So streaming and understanding that world of streaming is going to be hugely important in terms of how revenues flow there. And where those tools are, I mean, whether you are working with a major label that prepares those reports for you, the great thing is that even if you go the independent route, the CD babies and the tune cores of the world, which are the likely points that you would then enter if you were disseminating your music as an independent, have got really strong reporting tools that are able to give you your reporting on a week-to-week basis, where they are able to rationalize for you in all those currencies down into one bucket where you can actually even see where all your money is coming from. So the great thing about digitized music is that it is very much something that you can track and understand for yourself. But what becomes important is that you need to take that step back and really, if you're saying you want to be a musician, even if you want to be famous, you need to take the time to understand this business, because if you think this business is about singing, you've missed the point. This is an intellectual property business. It's an IP business. And if you do not understand what is driving the very IP that you are then trading in, you are then never going to be able, you're going to leave a lot of money on the table.
Guys, while we move to somebody else, this is one quote that will make you remember everything that Rifule said. Music is 90% law and 10% creativity.
100%.
So music is 90% law, 10% creativity.
Yeah.
Cool, got that. Last three hands, lady at the back. Oh, we'll start with you, ma'am, and then lady at the back. And then, look, if we've got a third hand, we'll take one. Oh, you, sir, at the back, your hand was up quite early. And then we'll wrap it up, come back to the panel to get closing remarks. Ma'am?
Candy, how to assist kids with disability in the fashion industry, because they are beautiful and talented. And that is as a sector disability, meritla acting. Honestly, the script, the act and a disability. Impa hangata bona how can you but banally actors tenally disability ungwa but banally disability but acted a part ya disability le lwantsha jwang le assista jwang hore into e tshwanang le at least ebe motho ana a motho a e hloka motho sa boneng ebe motho wa manita sa boneng me hloka motho a dutseng o udima o le ebe motho wa manita a dutseng o udima o le le assista jwang hore le disability be ka hare ho the acting industry. Ke a leboha.
Okay. Candy, you start with the fashion, and then Sammy, you'll take the question about the acting industry.
Thank you for that question. I take disability very seriously. I am a person living with disabilities. I am actually blind on this side, on the left side, so I take it very seriously. At the school, how we assist people with disabilities is anyone can actually interested in fashion can apply either through a bursary, either through CETA, or a cash paying student. So those are the people that we assist. Doesn't matter if you've got disability or not. We've got people at our school that is dyslexic, which is also part of disabilities. And those people, sometimes you get, I want to go back to, for an example, it starts with our parents. Sometimes when a child tells you, and I think I've got a friend whose child is very, very interested in fashion design, actually worked at a fashion designer, professional fashion designer in a part-time, but studying communications at the University of the Free State. So I think the perception starts with our parents, or we as parents, to say, if your child wants to go into a specific career, for an example, support their child. Do not say, you know what, because you're not a lawyer or you this, the creative side of that, because your child might not be as clever to excel academically, but creatively, that child can excel. So the same with disability. We need to support everyone living with disability. If you want to become a fashion designer, our school is the right place.
Sam, getting people with disabilities to play roles written as people with a disability. Why does that not happen?
Okay, so that question is actually twofold. Firstly, let me start by saying I used to be a commissioning editor, and I commissioned many of the dramas that you've seen on TV. This is one part that I omitted earlier. So I used to be part of Generations. I worked with Dumagan Ndlovu. I was his commissioning editor. You know, Zone 14 back in the days and so on. And this is what we used to say as commissioning editors. There was a motto. I don't know whether to call it a motto or not. Nothing without us. Nothing about us without us. Nothing about us without us. So as a commissioning editor, because we had quotas, and one of the quotas was to have representation across the board, like youth representation, women representation, and disability representation. We would always insist, if a character is created as disabled, we would always insist that they must find someone who is disabled to play the character. The second part of it is when you have an abled person, for lack of a better word, playing a particular character, but the story dictates that they must get involved in an accident and obviously become disabled, Unfortunately, in that way, you can't get someone who's disabled. That particular character has to carry on the story. But there is a system that allows disabled people to be cast on dramas, sitcoms, long-running series, which is telenovelas, soapies. I said there is a system like that. And I know that when I used to work at the SABC, and in fact it's still part of it today, we are required to find people not only who are disabled, but who are talented, who can display and portray that character to the best of their abilities.
Okay. Ma'am at the back in the cap.
Okay, ke a dumedisa ka lapeng. Nna potso ya ka ebile ke kopo. Ke ne ke kopa hore summit e tjena just one day be conducted to schools. As I'm a primary school teacher, at schools we have creative arts in foundation phase level. So the children, like subjects like life skills, if the children can be motivated from that age, then when they go to high schools also, the summit go to high schools, especially the teachers, should be equipped, should have experience, because we are the ones that are teaching the children what we don't know. So if maybe the experience can be generally so dikolong re develop or ho romela batho ba tsebang ka yona, like hona jwale tjena loto dikolo tse ngata ra pletse loto ka mona ka le jole putso about creative arts. So tšhelete ha di tswa ke mane mo di tlotsa mafelo bana ha ona le batho ba experienced hore ba ka gona o thusa bana ka ntho tsena tse tjenana. Ntate Kgotso o ne a bua ka Sarafina gore ha ebe ho le possible e ka ra ka tla sekolong a tlo bona ha bana ba grade R, grade 7 go ya ka di grades ba acta Sarafina ena ntate ka hara motse wa Thabong. Talente e ngata empa re hloka ho bua experience. Ke a leboha.
Okay. Thank you. There was a hand over there.
Dumelang. Ka lebitso ke Motlatsi Oscar Tumo. Ke tla Botshabelo. So nna ne ke kopa ho botsa ntate Kgatho ka pelenyana because o mentionile hore platform e seleteng go Bloemfontein, which is Free State TV. So now I have a lot of time killing through. So ke batla ho tseba ho yena hore na is there a time e re ka etsang re etse script re kgone ho State TV. And then I thank you Ntate Karabo, I understood because I'm also an artist, so I know what to do from now. Ke a leboha.
Thank you. Let's take the last time that and then we'll allow you to respond. Right there at the back. You, sir. You've got your hand up.
Good day. My name is Pongani from Free State. I'd like to inquire to Sembro. Mostly what I saw is that the Amapiano market is booming. It's booming like in South Africa and internationally. So I saw that Sambro told us that they are going to charge for an administration fee in order to give most of the artists the memberships. So there is one thing. If ever Sambro charges, as now it charges for administration fee, most of artists that are doing Amapiano, they go to an organization that is international, which is called BMI. Why? Because of Sambro is charging for a administration fee, which is the type of capital that they don't have. Referring to Vusiliu, he was talking mostly about the amendment bill. So when I watch most of the things, I want to know the advantages and disadvantages of going to BMI than Sembro. But you are a South African artist. My last question is that we see data, it is represented in charts. Amapiano artists, they go to charts internationally like Tyler. We have the sector in music business, we have the sector of personal relation. When Sambro sees that most of Amapiano, a lot of Amapiano music make it to charts, but that certain music, it's a type of data that they have to use it.
Okay.
That it is on charts in order to see how is it performing in radio stations. So I just want to understand what is Sembro does to that. If ever I'm on charts, but when I'm trying to submit my music to radio stations reject my music.
Okay, thank you, Buti. Thank you very much. And then, because we're coming to an end now, let's start with those. We'll deal with those questions from the gentleman, and then we'll end on this side with the acting-related questions.
Yeah.
What is this admin fee?
Yeah, let me just start quickly with the admin fee. So, firstly, SEMRO has currently just over 150,000 members, right? So we hit a critical sort of like mass at a certain point where, there were just on average around about 20,000 people registering every single year. Now, the challenge there is you have a current pool of artists that you're supposed to service, where we don't want to increase the expenditure of employing more people per se, and then you have all these ones that want to come through. So the simplest way was to say, you know what, unfortunately, everybody thinks they're a musician, to be honest with you. But to make sure that whoever is serious about the whole aspect of music, they must be willing to just pay a once-off fee of 100 rands, right? That's it, once off. If you're already a SEMRO member, you don't have to pay anything. It's just somebody who says, I want to now, today.
So it's 100 rand?
Yeah, go and sign up. It's 100 rands. Now, you might ask yourself, what are the benefits that come with that? Simply, you must remember, once you sign up with SEMRO, we do all the things of monitoring, and as you said, internationally, your music, we monitor through our bilaterals with other societies. As you said, BMI, ASCAP, SESEC in the States, and PRS in the UK, all over the world, right? We monitor that. So that is work that we do for you. Secondly, there is something that we call, an IPI number. It's almost like your ID in the world. Once you become a music creative, we create that for you so that you are able to earn internationally. And then Refulo also mentioned the ISWC. Yes, Risa will sort you out with the ISRC. We create that for you. But another benefit that you receive is that there's a retirement annuity, which every single, what we call voting member, so these are just in the region of about artists that have earned just above 100 rands, you get a retirement annuity at SEMRO. I can tell you, BMI doesn't give you that. But the simplest part is, how do you know if you need to sign up with an international society or not? You can, but here's the certain challenges. And we deal with it, when people come back and they say, yeah, I've signed up with BMI and then now I've got some technicalities. The challenge is, look at where you earn your money first. Right? People think it's prestigious to say, I'm signed up with BMI. No, guys, it's business. Let's firstly stop the facade. It's business. Yes, you will sign up, but afterwards, where do you earn your money? If you earn it in South Africa or Africa, this is what will happen. We will collect your money from the SABC, all these other radio stations and TV and whatever, and we will take our admin. Our admin is 25%. So out of every 100 rands, we'll take 25 rands, right? We will send your money to BMI. BMI will charge you 15% for what they are also doing. So that's now 15 rands of that 75 rands gone. So by the time you get your money, guess what? You are left with what?
And
so that's the problem there.
And just to add to that point, over and above that, there's also the problem of landing that money in South Africa, because then you're then going to need to incur the taxation implication of then the foreign income landing in your bank account. So that's also another cost.
So if you are a Tyler, right? A Tyler, and then you are able to sit with your label, and there's a structure to this, guys. You don't just, let's be honest, you are not going to start your career right now and say, oh, I want to sign up with BMI. I will tell you outright, it doesn't make sense, because that's not where your money is coming from, right? It's like you starting a business, a fashion business, and saying, oh, I'm going to open up offices in New York, UK, and South Africa. It doesn't make sense. Like, what do you mean you can register businesses, but are you really going to make money from those jurisdictions? No. You're going to start somewhere and then build up. And if your brand demands that, that's a decision, and that's more of a legal and financial decision that you have to consider at a later point in your career. When you start, the simplest thing is you sign up with the society in your country. Even from a label standpoint, I see people being amused by, I'm signed up with some label in the US. It doesn't always mean success.
Yeah. What was the second part of his question? Sorry, what was the second part of your question around, you asked about BMI and then you asked about something else on the music side?
Charts, the charts.
What about the charts?
whenever Semro sees that an artist, yeah, he's a chart ranking artist, and then comes by, we go to the personal relation side, whereby the music have to go to the radio stations, and the radio stations reject the music.
Okay. All right. Look, that's a layered question, right? There's a number of considerations. Song length, for starters, just as an interesting aside. If your song is going to be longer than 4 minutes, Tembegile starts to back announce on that song at 4 minutes.
Yeah, 3.5 minutes
Yeah,
is
they
what
start
we
to-
prefer.
Correct. They
Max.
start to back announce. So you've got to be formatting your music in a way that makes sense for radio. So that's the first thing. Second thing is that the act of plugging, like anything else, is a relationship-based business insofar as you are going to have a better probability of getting your music on if Karabo knocks on that door every other day. Likely that if you've ever walked into a compiler's office, at least with us that are slightly older, and even with your ALS stations, people still submit with CDs. I'm not lying to you when I say to you there's 2 compilers for a station like Ukozi, and at any one point in time on their desk is somewhere in the order of about 1,000 CDs. And there's one music com every single week, and they'll get through what they get through. So the reality is that this is about where you need to build a team. Somebody who in your team, their role is going to be iscefe.
What, an irritation?
Iscefe.
Like a pest? I don't know.
Exactly that. That guy who every time Finzo urudula fadzi ko lesedi, Finzo knows that yes, that guy is going to call me and bother me until that music is listened to. And the person who has that kind of person on their team, a radio plugger, whose role it is to make sure they are in front of that person every Monday to say, hey Mana, I noticed you didn't listen to it last week. Ki yepi nayaka, can you listen to it? It's another element that you need to be considering there. But again, I just want to say to everybody sitting around this room, yes, radio is important, but you need to understand. Ricky Rick famously said on the Metro FM stage 2016 that we are now in the internet age. Kids, when you talk about Amapiano, which is where you started, what I love about Amapiano is that it was born in 2020, really, and it was born out of the innovation that is short form content on TikTok. There was no gatekeeper that caused that stopped Amapiano from happening. Amapiano, if you look at a rollout, look at Kelvin Momo, and Kelvin Momo, who's come out with a new album this I was actually driving listening to this new album coming this way. Those guys build songs utilizing social media, utilizing the likes of TikTok dance challenges and all of those kind of things to seed songs. Because what they understand is that those platforms are getting more impressions than you could possibly imagine. I'll give you a data point for Sama28, the hashtag.
Okay.
So Sama28, the hashtag, if you look at it now as a hashtag, is sitting in excess of 50 billion impressions. There are 56 million South Africans. The viewership number for the actual show for last year was 1.5 million eyeballs. So TV, linear TV, delivered 1.5 million eyeballs. Summer 28's hashtag has delivered 50 billion. That is the internet. That is you being able to have a phone that has got camera capability, and that you are in control of building your audiences through being able to curate interesting content. Because if you look at Jazik and you look at Amarodo on that video, which for me was very much a ground zero moment when it was in Lengomaleabo, that song, that moment, right, where you are looking at these hungry, emaciated guys dancing in a backroom studio, changed South African music. And that is an important point, and I echo what the Free State Premier was saying earlier on. I think his analogy was around being a fox or a tiger. I can't quite remember what he was talking to.
Those kids took initiative and saw that, wow, I have an audience and I can address this audience and I'm able to talk to them in a way that resonates with them. And that's not only true of Amapiano, that's true of anything that you are doing in music. Most of the major labels, and I've run Sony's Urban, I've run Universal's Urban division as well. And I can tell you now that most of our spend sits and lives with digital spend.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're almost at the end. What I'll do is we'll work it this way from my left, Sam. In a minute or less, final words and a response perhaps to anything that you may have heard and you wanted to address, but in a minute or less because we are out of time.
Well, I'll be a second, really.
Can you speak into the mic, please, Sam?
Oh, sorry. I'll just be a second, really. Let's stop talking and start implementing. That's all I need to say.
Thank you.
Dadenkatu, final words from you, perhaps a last message.
Thank you so much, and thanks to VUKA as Free State. I'm still available to help wherever I can. I'm still available. I'm still very young.
Are you available? That there was a conversation. I think there was a young lady here who asked to speak to you, perhaps about a script for Free State TV. Will you guys take that conversation offline? Yeah. Okay, fantastic. Sweetie, final words?
Okay. My departing words is believe in yourselves, guys. I'm talking particularly in the music industry. Believe in yourself. Be authentic. Don't be regional about your talent. Don't be, we can't have man coming this side. Just a quick one. It's a pity that the premier has left. I also wanted to encourage you to also speak to other departments so that we don't overburden the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, to speak to the Department of Health, to say if they want to go and speak about HIV and AIDS, they must use artists, actors, they must use singers, they must use, and so forth, or trades and so forth. But more than anything, believe in yourself. Thank you so much.
Rasta, final words.
Siyabonga. Thanks, VUKA Africa. Sorry, Free State. You have to be patient. You have to be everything that you can do. Because when you see an artist, they always think that about Naluto. But you have to be patient, be self-disciplined, and do what you love, and love what you do.
Thank you very much. Candy?
My last words is I just want to thank the Department of Sport, Arts, Culture and Recreation, the Premier of the Free State, VUKA Arts, organizers for this initiative. It's an awesome initiative. I strongly believe that it can be taken further, more especially in the education part. If all these creatives come together with their talents, I believe that we can have a school of arts and creativity in the Free State. So it's really something that the organizers must look into and see if we cannot get that as soon as possible so that maybe the Premier can put it in his budget vote. That's how important that this is. Thank you so much.
Candy, thank you. Karabo?
Sure. So I think what I would like to leave is to say, please start thinking of yourself as business people. Yeah. That's what you are, right? Think of yourself as business people. And the first rule of a business is that for you to monetize anything, you need to learn to promote it.
Yeah.
Promote your craft. Yeah. Digital, guys, is for everyone. Promote it. Even music. People like to see a visual with music. So get somebody to act something, get somebody to dance, do whatever. But the point is promote your craft, you'll make money.
Final word to you, Rufino.
100% agree with Karabo. Short form content is where it's at. That is a very cost-effective way for you to be able to position your stuff. It's also important for me to maybe make this point to you. Globally, just as an interesting statistic on that very report, each and every country, you are seeing a decreasing share of English language or music that is spoken, that is English first in every market in the world. That is saying to me that people are hungry. As a matter of fact, as another interesting statistic, 69% of the general population of America, which is the largest music market in the world, has sampled music from people outside of that country. 72% when you're talking just about millennials. So people are interested in hearing music on your terms. So be you. The thing that worked with Afrobeat, the thing that worked with Amapiano is people were being them. And there's a huge opportunity at this point in time for you to authentically represent who you are to the world, because everybody's watching.
Right. And with that, thank you to all our panelists who've been with us today here at the VUKA Arts Creative Summit in the Free State. We appreciate all your inputs, and we hope that the people who are here, who've been listening, have actually been able to walk away either inspired or, in fact, that you've sparked a new idea somehow, and that when we gather, if we do gather back here in the next year, there is tangible progress that's been made. But for today, thank you so much to all of you for being here. And thank you guys for attending. You have taken time out of your days. You could have been anywhere doing anything, but you chose to spend your day here. We wish you the very best of success. And again, we hope that next time we hear from the dozens of you who are in this hall today, it will be with a positive update on where you and your work are. For myself, Tembeki Lemkhototo, it's been a pleasure to be your moderator for the conversations today. Thank you again for your time. So as we leave, I'll ask you guys to walk out first, and I'll ask the panelists to remain on stage, and then hopefully we will all reconnect somewhere, somehow. Thank you. Have a lovely afternoon.
Are the mics still hot? Yeah, they are.
Someone's supposed to come and